Everyone, we will now call to order the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, March 24th. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Supervisor Hume.
Here.
Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Would the clerk please read the Metro statement and any announcements?
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Friday, March 27th at 6 o'clock p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisor meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of the public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the agenda comments will take place at the conclusion of the timed matters in the afternoon. As a reminder, Rule of Procedure 10B allows the chair to establish uniform time limits for people addressing the board in relation to a particular matter. Such limits may be announced at the beginning of each matter posted on the agenda and can include a setting of specific amount of time devoted to public comment for a particular item, announcing cutoff times for receipt of request to speak forms, reducing the amount of time per speaker, or other reasonable and content-neutral measures. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures. And there are no additional announcements.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the clerk please call the first item?
Our first item, number 1, is Bark of Supervisors, Adoptable Pet Update from the Animal Care Services Department.
Good morning, Annette.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I am Annette Bedsworth, Director for Sacramento County Animal Care Services. And today we have a very special guest joining us looking for a home. Her name is Audrey. She's a charming black and brown German Shepherd mix. She's currently available for adoption at Bradshaw Animal Shelter. Audrey's 11 months old, so she's still a puppy. She gets along very well with people and other animals. She participated in the Sacramento Kings yoga event this past Sunday and did exceptionally well. She's only 11 months old, and she came to us January 1st, so she's been at the shelter for a couple months. She's definitely ready to go home. If she has already stolen your heart, don't look at her, because we train them to say, "Take me home," when you look in their eyes. But we would hope that one person in here or somebody watching will come and adopt her. Audrey's available today at noon, so please come by the shelter and adopt her. Just as a reminder, every pet that's adopted from the shelter must go home spayed, neutered, and vaccinated and microchipped. We currently have many wonderful dogs and cats available to go home. So please come by and meet them. You can also view animals anytime at animalcare.saccounty.gov, which is the most busiest website in Sacramento County. We have additional adoption promotions starting today, so I want to promote that. It's through Saturday. It's to celebrate National Puppy Day and National Cuddly Kitten Day. So we have spin the wheel for your adoption fee with lots of discounts available. So thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Annette. And Annette, before you leave, can you tell us a little more about Barks and Recreation program?
Yes, our Barks and Recreation program is a separate program that we offer. It's a very popular where you can check out a dog at the animal shelter first thing in the morning by appointment. It's available on our website, and you take them out for an adventure. You can take them on a hike. You can take them for a walk. You can take them back to your house if you want to take them swimming or just hang out for the day. And usually those dogs get adopted right away, and that's our hope.
Oh, that's awesome. Very good. Well, thank you for being here. You know, adopting animals through the Bradshaw Animal
Bradshaw Animal Shelter.
Shelter.
The shelter of choice.
Is important because there are so many animals that need a home. And then there are many families that need pets too. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
All right. See you next month. Oh, yes. Sorry, here. Supervisor Serna. Hold on, Annette.
Good morning, Annette.
Morning.
So a question about Audrey there. Is that a fresh haircut, or is that, did she leave half a pound of hair in the vehicle on the way over?
She got a bath yesterday.
Okay, all right.
So she's a little fluffy.
All right, very good.
Awesome.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Yeah, Audrey looks like a little cutie, and I just want to echo everything you said about going to a shelter to choose an animal. There's a bunch of very worthy animals that need to find a loving home. And if I can just get the gentleman, the handlers, I can't see your name there, sir. Yeah, if you'd run the dog right there by Dustin, I caught him taking a picture. We may have a live one on the line, so, you know, make sure he gets to scratch your head on the way out.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. I was actually going to say the same thing. I saw Dustin taking pictures there. So I would say anybody by show of hands who's interested in adopting Audrey, let's see the hands right now so we can actually put the, okay, we have a couple there. All right. I think Supervisor Hume has room in his home as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
Yes. Next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is the presentation of resolution congratulating Keith Goodrich upon the occasion of his retirement.
Good morning.
Good
Dave
morning.
DeFonte, Deputy County Executive. Entirely unfair to go after that, but that's, I'll accept it. Keith. All right. So I've known Keith for, gosh, I guess a couple of decades. I met him long ago when I was a planner here and got to reconnect when I came back to the county. Keith's been with the county for over 30 years. You know, in my role, when I came to the county, I had to hire a few department heads. This position made me the most nervous because of two things. One, it was the department I was sort of least familiar with. And the other one was, you know, Keith told me early on he was not interested in throwing his hat in the ring for the position. Thankfully, he reconsidered and ended up doing so and getting the job, and he has served excellently ever since. He's just been a fantastic employee and department head for a very long time. First, he's just a really good person and a deeply caring man and an excellent leader. He really cares deeply about his staff, some of whom are here today to help celebrate. His commitment to them, both as public servants as well as humans, is really commendable and just apparent in his everyday actions. He's a very humble person. He's not terribly verbose, but when he talks, people listen because it's meaningful. And when you get to know him, he's actually a really fun and funny guy, too, and I'm really glad to. No, you're not? Okay. Yeah, good. I know what you're talking about. Good, good. He's also a true expert in his field. He knows his business absolutely inside and out, and he has taught me a tremendous amount about the waste management business just in the last few years. I'm going to remember Keith as somebody truly dedicated to improving the culture of his department. They've been working on this for many years, sort of predates the county's Pride Initiative, and one of the leaders in this space. I'm going to remember him as a genuine servant leader and just laser focused on running his department as a business and keeping the ratepayers at the forefront every day. He often reminds me that Waste Management is the one county department that touches every single unincorporated resident every single week. And he takes that extremely seriously. That responsibility is huge. And as both a county employee and a customer of his, I very much appreciate that. Keith, I'm going to miss learning from you. I'm going to miss your calm and steady presence. And I'm going to miss our talks, maybe not all of them because we've had to work through some things, but I'm just really going to miss you being around and being just an excellent partner in everything that we do. And I'll leave you all with this. Keith did the one thing I measure all department heads by, and that's he is leaving his department in much better shape than he found it in. And I think that is a mark of major success for any department head. So with that, Keith, have a fantastic retirement. Thank you for everything. I really appreciate it. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. I see the 2-minute button. I will try to abide by that. And first, I just have to say, Annette, we have 2 dogs at home, so it was tempting. Thank you, Dave, for those gracious words, really. And I'm just filled with gratitude. First to your board, just for trusting me in this position and for your engagement in everything waste management, recycling. And I truly mean that. And I just have to say, as a board, this particular board, I am very impressed with how you work together. And you are serving the county and your constituents very well. So for that, I'm grateful. I'm grateful to David and Dave and the entire county executive team. They are providing tremendous leadership to the county. And as Dave mentioned, culture and inclusion, I think, is better now than it has been. And I'm grateful for those efforts, grateful to have been a part of it. Grateful to my fellow department heads and the camaraderie. It's truly been a great place to work. But most of all, I'm thankful for the staff, the 354 women and men of the Department of Waste Management and Recycling for their outstanding customer service, their dedication. It is the industry where when we don't hear anything, it's great because people put stuff out, goes away, everyone's happy. And our staff has a 99.937, success rate, and it's only going to get better. So I'm thankful for our team. I'm really grateful for the senior leadership at Waste Management and Recycling, a few of whom are here today. And they are extremely talented and dedicated. It's been a joy to work with them. Really going to miss it. But it is good to know leaving the department, it really is in good hands. So. None of this would be possible, my career that is, without the love and support of my wife, Janet, and our daughters, one of whom's here today. I'm blessed beyond words and really excited to spend more time with them. So, and thankful to God. He's faithful, and he is the source of strength and my joy every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Don't leave yet. Keith, don't leave yet. We have a couple of supervisors in the queue. Supervisor Desmond?
Well, Keith, it's certainly bittersweet. I'm sad to see you go. I know we're in great hands with Jennifer taking over, but I have truly enjoyed, getting to know you. And Dave, one thing you didn't mention, a third reason, which may have caused you some trepidation, is that Keith came in on the heels of a very large rate increase in waste management, which was I know difficult for you and difficult for all of us, certainly. it occurs to me that I'm actually the only supervisor that has the privilege, I think, of being served at my residence by our Department of Waste Management. So that is a privilege for me. And it gave me, I think, occasion to work even more closely with you. And every interaction I've had with you has been a great one. And I echo what Dave said. You do have you have a dry sense of humor, a very biting sense of humor at times. And on a personal level, I'm sorry to see you go because Keith and I are both Santa Clara University alums, and we were just bemoaning Santa Clara's loss in overtime last night in the NCAA tournament, which I think is the first time they'd been there since Steve Nash was there, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed.
But I will miss that connection we had as well. But thank you for your service to Sacramento County, Keith, and I wish you all the best, and certainly keep in touch if I can ever be of service to you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo everything DC DeFonte said about leaving a department better than you found it. That's kind of the mark of success internally in an organization. But then the other piece of it is what Supervisor Desmond was just saying, is that there's very few departments that have direct interaction with our constituents, with our ratepayers, with the folks who live here, some of whom have their trash picked up out in front of their house, some of whom maybe have to take a trip to the dump or to the transfer station. But if the average person knew the amount of material that gets handled through our department and the complexity and intricacy of handling that material and all of the regulations that we have to deal with, before, during, and after, it was a lot. And so congratulations on everything you've done to kind of, I think, really set up the department for success. And we've had a couple of hiccups with some air quality regulations and other things, but, I think that's the cost of doing business when you have to process so much stuff. And we're going to have a presentation later today about diversion and trying to keep some of that out of the landfill. So, but thank you, and enjoy your retirement. Enjoy spending more time with your family, and thanks be to God. So,
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Hume stole a little my thunder. I'm going to pile on and thank you for your service, first and foremost, Keith. I think you and I have had the opportunity to work together the longest here. And to Supervisor Hume's point about regulations and what's on the horizon in terms of legislation that affects our obligations in terms of waste management and recycling here in Sacramento County, I think you've done yeoman's work in terms of being creative at times, certainly understanding. And I say this all as a former member of the California Air Resources Board, because when you say that it's you leave something at curbside and our constituents just want to see it taken away, and that happens on a weekly basis. There's so much more that goes on behind the scenes in terms of what is expected of your department. So I just want to thank you for that aspect of your career and how you delivered the service to our constituents. So enjoy retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Keith, I want to personally thank you for all your years of service to Sacramento County. I am always impressed when we see individuals that are retiring that have spent years with the county, and I think it really says a lot about what it is like to work for the county of Sacramento. And I just want to leave you with that. I agree that Kiefer Landfill is the gem and the jewel of District 4. And So I wish you all the best in your retirement. Enjoy your family and enjoy your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, next item, please.
Our next item is presentation of resolution honoring building security attendant Victoria Lazo for her 25 years of county service with the Department of General Services.
Good morning. My name is Frank Mendez. I manage the DGS security team that you see here and throughout the county at different facilities. We're here today to present Vicki with her 25-year anniversary and to express our appreciation for her commitment to duty here. I did write something up real quick because off the cuff isn't really me, so sorry. 25 years of steadfast dedication, genuine care for the work she does and the people she does it for speaks volumes about the depth of her commitment and the strength of her character. Vicki is the epitome of trustworthiness and reliability. Her integrity, dependability, and honest work ethic have not only earned her deep respect, but have also set powerful example for everyone around her. Thank you, Vicki, for showing us 25 years of consistently high standards and the countless ways that you strengthen our team and our mission.
Thank you, Frank. Good morning, Vicki.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez and all members of the Board of Supervisors. First, I start. It's an honor to be here today. I'm nervous. Thank you for this 25-year service award. I feel incredibly lucky to have spent my job working with such dedicated coworkers and leadership. Frank is a good leader to me. I'm proud of what we have achieved together, and I've been fortunate to meet so many professional and respectable people along the way. I am truly grateful for this recognition and for the county, and for the opportunity to work for the Sacramento County. Thank you. Sorry.
Vicki, don't leave yet. We have some comments here. Supervisor Kennedy?
Vicki, congratulations. I want to say, one anecdote is, you might recall, I decided it was a good idea to show a bunch of people from Ireland around the chambers on a Saturday. And when you were patrolling and you saw activity and you came in and I scared the heck out of you, and then you nearly tackled me. And that's kind of who you are. I have a feeling you're tough as nails, but what you do bring every day is a smile, a wave, and a good attitude. And so thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. Can we see a demonstration of what that would have looked like? Seriously,
like
we could sell tickets and...
You wouldn't like it because you'll be the next.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Well, the nature of your position is such that most of our interactions are simply waving through the windshield, but I just want to echo what Supervisor Kennedy said. You have a smile and an attitude that just exudes, and I can feel it through the windshield of my car. You love what you do, and you love serving, and so congratulations on a quarter century. That's an awesome achievement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Good morning, Vicki. Congratulations. Don't feel bad about being scared by Supervisor Kennedy. He does that to me all the time. But you and I spoke last week, and you have a few different nicknames. Can you share some of the nicknames you were sharing with me last week?
My supervisor called me once in a while Vic.
Okay.
And one SSO called me Vicster.
Vicster, okay.
And one of the stationary engineer also called me Vicster.
Okay, how about the big V? No?
No, not
Okay,
yet.
I'm going to start using that. Well, congratulations and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on 25 years, Vicki. And as someone who has a clock ticking for themselves in terms of leaving this fine organization, I find myself with each passing day taking inventory of just some of the, what some would say, the small things that bring me joy and remind me of what a great place this is to serve and to work, and most importantly, the people. And as has been referenced here already, as some may guess, we see your smiling face nearly every day as we enter and exit our parking structure below where we sit here. And that's going to be one of those things that I'm really going to miss, is just the great attitude, the reminder after a tough day with a great smile that there's the sun's going to rise tomorrow and things are going to be better. So no one should minimize what that small gesture can do to someone else to kind of improve their disposition and their perspective on what's really important in life. So again, I want to congratulate you on a quarter century of service and look forward to your next quarter century of service.
Another 5 years. Thank you.
Yeah, it's out of the bag now.
I'll see you in another 5 years, so that will be 30 years.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Vicki, I want to thank you for, again, your service to the county. It is impressive when we see people up here that have spent just quite sort of really what is a longevity of service to the county. But what I wanted to share is that I think we are the lucky ones to have you have work for us, because I think, as Supervisor Stern has said, when you enter the building or when you leave, depending on what kind of day it was, you have a great smile and it exudes your positive energy. And so I want to personally thank you for that, because it is great to see you when we enter and exit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right.
We have to tackle somebody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is number 4, presentation of resolution recognizing March 8th as International Women's Day and March 2026 as Women's History Month, and acknowledging the Sacramento County Department of Technology's International Women's Day celebration on March 18th.
Good morning, Supervisors. Rami Zachariah, Chief Information Officer. On behalf of the Department of Technology Management team, I have the honor today to introduce Noelia Barron and Mandy Thomas to take us through this presentation. All yours.
Thank you, Rami. Why? Well, there's a lot of people here. All right, good morning, and thank you, Chair and members of the board. Again, my name's Mandy Thomas.
And I'm Noelia Barron. And we are here today on behalf of the Department of Technology to accept this board resolution and to briefly highlight the event you're recognizing today. The Department of Technology International Women's Day Celebration, Rise and Radiant, Innovating Together. Our slogan was Building Solutions, Lighting the Way. This theme reflects both progress and possibility, recognizing the women who are already leading the way while also encouraging the next generation to step forward with confidence, creativity, and purpose.
This resolution recognizes International Women's Day and Women's History Month and specifically acknowledges DTEC's March 18th celebration. It also reinforces what we see every day in county government. Women are powering county services at every level: frontline, supervisory, technical, and executive. The work spans operations, community care, and the systems that make it all possible. Recognizing that contribution is a way of saying, we see you and we value what you do. This recognition is meaningful because it lifts up the people behind the work, and it reinforces our shared commitment to serve Sacramento County with fairness, respect, and excellence.
We also want to recognize the clerk of the board and the staff who helped bring it forward. We want to acknowledge our community partners who do the hard, steady work of supporting women and the girls, often out of the spotlight. Most importantly, we accept this resolution in honor of the county employees, including the women across every department who make public service real, in the field, at the counter, in clinics, in call centers, and behind the scenes.
We would also like to offer a special thank you to our director, Rami Zachariah, for sponsoring this event and for his steady leadership and support. His commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion is more than a statement. It shows up in how we build teams, invest in people, and open doors. Because of that support, women in DTEC have a clearer, fairer path to grow, lead, and advance at every level. Resolutions matter because they set expectations and they remind us of what kind of county we are choosing to be. The resolution recognizes achievements, it renews our commitment to equal opportunity, it affirms safety and dignity, and it pushes us towards action, not only celebration. The best way to honor this resolution is to translate it into habit. That means building pathways to leadership, investing in skills, using data to spot gaps, strengthening workplace culture, and partnering with organizations that expand opportunity. The goal is steady progress you can see, not just a once-a-year moment.
The remarks from Supervisor Rosario Rodriguez, a keynote from Monica Hernandez of the California Department of Technology, and recognition of our partners with Sacramento State, the event highlighted the importance of leadership, visibility, and opportunity. It also reinforced a simple but powerful message. Progress happens through everyday actions, sharing knowledge, opening doors, giving credit, and building systems and teams that people can trust. Our goal was to honor women's contributions while also turning that recognition into action that strengthen our department and the service we provide to Sacramento County.
We would also like to extend a sincere thanks to Supervisor Rodriguez for joining us as our guest speaker. Her participation was especially meaningful because it reflected the importance of having women in leadership visibly support and uplift one another. Having her with us helped reinforce that representation matters, that leadership has impact, and that creating space to recognize women's contributions across public service is both powerful and necessary. We are truly grateful for her time, her thoughtful remarks, and her support of this event. The purpose of the event, again, was to celebrate women's contributions, elevate their voices, and create space for connection across roles, experiences, and generations. Through shared stories, leadership perspectives, and meaningful conversation, the event highlighted how innovation is strengthened by collaboration, representation, and the unique strengths that women bring to the workplace and the community.
At its core, this celebration is about more than recognition. It is about visibility, empowerment, and momentum, acknowledging how far women have come while continuing to inspire growth, opportunity, and leadership for this event. Before we end, we want to take a moment to highlight some key data points that reflect the impact and progress of women across Sacramento County. Today, women make up 53% of county's workforce, representing a strong and growing presence across departments. Even more notable, nearly 56% of management roles are held by women, which is pretty incredible. It also speaks to the leadership and influence women have across our organization. When we look at career growth, women account for 47.37% of promotions countywide, with an average promotion timeline of about 4.26 years. This shows steady advancement and continued opportunity.
At DTEC specifically, we've seen a 300% increase in hiring women over the past 2 decades, growing from just 3 women in 2005 to 10 in 2025. While the numbers may seem small, the growth represents meaningful progress in a traditionally underrepresented field. And importantly, this isn't slowing down. Promotions among women have been consistently rising over the past 10 years, and we expect that momentum to continue as we invest in development, mentorship, and inclusive opportunities.
These numbers are more than statistics. They represent progress, potential, and the continued commitment to building a workforce where women can grow, lead, and thrive. We look forward to creating more opportunities to celebrate the women who strengthen Sacramento County through public service, and to continue the work of mentorship, leadership development, and innovating together. We welcome your continued partnership and support as we celebrate and recognize the women in public service and technology.
On behalf of the Department of Technology, thank you to the chair and the members of the board for your leadership and for recognizing Women's History Month and our first International Women's Day celebration on March 18th. We accept it as both recognition and responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies, I want to thank you for the invitation to share this special day with you all. It truly is an honor to serve Sacramento County. It really is an honor to serve as the only woman on this board. And, you know, it's important. You don't realize it, but it is important to have that kind of representation. But there was something that I left that day, the difference of a mentorship and sponsorship, and how naturally men oftentimes sponsor other men through through organizations and employment, and sponsorship meaning that they pull them up and they help them make ways. And so I left there with the idea that I definitely want to ensure that I mentor individuals, but I also get to sponsor and help people, bring people up. And so it was a fantastic event. Rami, thank you for making it happen. I think it says a lot about your leadership, and I love celebrating Women's History Month by these type of events. So thank you, ladies. And, you know, I also want to share, Noelia, is, you know, I think there's a great mentorship between the two of you, but I share the story of how you ended up working for Sacramento County, because I think it just really highlights the work that Rami is doing in collaboration with Sac State.
Let's see. Well, let's bring it back like 2 years ago. I graduated Sac State about 2 years ago, and I met Rami through this club at Sacramento State, Management Information Systems Association, and I was the president there. And I would host these events for the students, and this specific event was a career, like a mini career fair for MIS students. And then from there, I presented to students, our recruiters, and just to go out there and just network with people. We networked from different organizations, and one of them was Sacramento County, and I really connected with Rami there. And then from there, we just began talking about a possible future at Sacramento County, and yeah, it took me, after I graduated, I connected with Rami, and then I started as a contractor at first, and my experience with Sacramento County has been pretty amazing. And then from there, I met an amazing team. They're over there, and it truly helps the people that you work with. And I really appreciate everyone that has helped me grow, because from where I started into now, I've really learned so much, and I have a whole team supporting me, and that is truly amazing.
Well, that's great news. So hopefully in about 23 years, we'll get to celebrate your 25 years anniversary with the county.
Hopefully.
Right.
Rami's always reminding me, like, oh, one day I want to see you at my corner. Yeah. Like, one day when I come back, I want you to give me the tour of how things have changed around here. So
that's
hopefully
awesome.
One day.
That's awesome. Thank you, ladies, for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, yes, absolutely.
We'd like the management team to check. We want to stand back here, Ben?
Yes.
Yeah, you guys can go a little more into the in there. Perfect. So you guys can all fit.
Right now, computers are crashing all across the county. Phones are going unanswered. It's chaos.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is number 5, presentation of resolution recognizing April as Organic Waste and Food Recovery Month.
This is a fun topic.
This is for you. I'm not going to go ahead and read it. I've known my friend Marie here for, gosh, probably the whole 26 years she's had her restaurant. Yeah. And she is passionate about food recovery and minimizing waste, to the point where when you think something is past its prime and it's no longer presentable, she turns it into an amazing marinade or a salsa or some way of accentuating, and squeezing that last little bit of use. Or if it's something that's not edible or wouldn't normally be put into food, she then collects all that and takes it down and gives it to her farmer friend to feed to the chickens, that then she uses the chickens and their eggs and their meat and whatever. And so it's an amazing, or if the farmer doesn't need it or it's something else, she'll put it in some compost and then grow new vegetables and new fruit from it. And so she just is very passionate about minimizing what we throw away and considered no longer usable. She's an amazing chef, and I would like to invite some county staff up here to also recognize the importance of keeping all of this out of our waste stream so that we minimize the off-gassing once it is put into the landfill and is utilized to the best of its extent. So, Marie, congratulations on your passion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Supervisor Pratt. One thing I want to say is thank you for just the opportunity to be in here. And thank you for agreeing to this resolution. I'm just going to start with one thing. Food is sacred. Food is something that we all need to survive and live, and we all waste it so much. We all know you do an amazing job on the food management, and because it's the law, a lot of places have to do it. But we've been doing it before it was the law, and we've been doing it for more since we started as part of our core values and principles, working always with the concept that food is sacred and minimizing food waste. We also, as our restaurant started it 27 years ago, we believe that it's important that we do something for our community as well. And the core values where we come for the food is sacred, we thought the best thing to do is do a full circle. I call it the concept. Sacramento is so popular for farm to fork, but I take it a little farther. I say we are from the farm to my kitchen, from the kitchen to the farm. Because when we pick up anything that comes from the farm and we cannot utilize it, we bring it back to where it comes from. We have a lot of respect for food, and we see every day how food insecurity is not only affecting people all over the world. Food insecurity is right around our corner, next door to our neighbors. And I think, unfortunately, the pandemic time was the only positive thing that brought in was to show that part of humanity, to be a little bit more respectful for food. We have a pilot program that actually part of the county is involved with the Food Access Coalition. And we are conducting in Todo Un Poco a pilot program that we started in the beginning of November. Just when the situation happened that there was problems about food fundings being cut up, that day on November 2nd, we provided almost 600 meals for a local food bank. Our pilot program so far is related to food recovery. How does this work? Well, food recovery is a lot of food is up there, and it can go to waste, especially with thinking about a food bank. We're going to be specific on this project. Is we recover the food that the food bank cannot provide to the recipients for many reasons. Maybe the bulk and the way that it's packaging, or the due date is coming up to expiration like tomorrow. So you need to do something to save that food. We pick up that food from the food bank, we take it to our location, we cook that food, and then we bring it back the next day all ready to eat. The recipients of the Rancho Cordova Food Locker Food Bank are our partners in this food pilot recovery. And so far since we started, we recuperated almost 11,000 pounds for going to waste, and we have fed more than 9,000 people. We're keeping track. I'm also backtracking all the data of the 12 to 13 years that we are doing the food recovery to the farm, and it's thousands of pounds. If I'm a little tiny restaurant in the corner of Laguna West, across from Apple Computer, and I'm doing that much impact in our community, imagine what my pilot program is scalable. We can teach other local businesses to do the same. We are on this together. Our goal is to rescue food from being going to waste, reduce the food that goes to the landfills. If we can do more together, we can get somewhere. A resolution, as the other lady said, is amazing. It is great to have a piece of paper that says something about it. But without action, and we talk about this action, we can get nowhere. So thank you for this opportunity to create an awareness, and I hope that next time you go shopping or you open your fridge, think about it twice, or the creativity that you can do with that food before you throw it away. What you throw away can be somebody else's food, and we see it every day. Take a trip. I encourage you to take a trip to any local food bank, and you will see the lines of people waiting for food. I don't think that you will be in line if you don't need it. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hold on, Barry. Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Chair. Great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Love your mission. Great words. And I just I punched the request to speak button here because I think a full, 5 minutes of this presentation went by before you plugged your restaurant. Yeah. So Todo Un Poco is just a fantastic blend of Italian and Mexican cuisine and some others. But wonderful place to enjoy a great meal, but knowing and understanding kind of the mission behind not just your attention to the preparation of the food, but its life cycle, right, as it presents itself here in Sacramento County. Like so many other things, including our own wastewater that now goes to our farming communities after treatment. It's kind of that spirit of not just recycling, but really being conscious of how we use what's essential and how we make sure that those without what is essential have access. And so you're an integral part of that, and I want to thank you for your creativity and your willingness to kind of fulfill the mission with the partners that you mentioned. So thanks.
Well, I think it's a great opportunity to do it because not only it's a full circle, not only with the food transition, but we are providing through this pilot program, we are providing employment, we are helping the community, and we're saving the environment. So I think it's a win-win situation.
Absolutely.
It's nothing to lose. It's just to get better.
Yep.
Maria, I want to personally thank you for the efforts that you have. So I've been a restaurant owner for 10 years, and when Senate Bill 1383 came in, to me it seemed like a very natural thing to do is to extract the food from having to go into landfill so that we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. I grew up in a family where my mother didn't throw anything away. Little things got saved, and honestly, the next day they made the best tacos. So I want to thank you for shedding a light into what can be done to not waste food, because you're right. I've served on a food banks board, and I got to see the needs that are out there. And now in this position, I see it every day. So the work you're doing is valuable, and I look forward to getting to know it better.
Yeah, thank you. I just encourage all of you in the leadership position to keep supporting organizations that are doing this kind of projects.
Thank you, Marie.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And thank you, Supervisor Hume, for bringing this to a resolution.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is number 6, public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda. And we do have a few speakers. First on our list today is Tiffany Jacobs. If you approach the lectern, you'll have 2 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
Good morning, Tiffany.
Good morning. How is everybody doing?
Good.
I've come here today actually looking for some help. I am in the most southern division of Sac County. I live in an area where it's kind of a forgotten no man's zone. And my issue is that our speed limit, I live in an area, for those kind of unfamiliar or familiar, I know Pat's familiar with it, I live off of Arno Road. And I'm on Valenson. And if anybody has ever gone out there, we have a wonderful new vineyard that's out there now. Take that into consideration. Our speed limit is astronomical out there. It's one of the only areas where people can get to Highway 99. So I'm asking, who can I contact to get this speed limit down? And on my second note of that, who can I contact to have emergency services out there? We seem to, whenever we have to dial 911, it doesn't happen. Nobody comes out for more than a half hour. I've been fortunate and unfortunate dealing with accidents out there where I am triaging a person and I'm still waiting for that ambulance, or I'm still waiting for that highway patrolman, or the highway patrol is fighting with the sheriffs. Who gets who out there? So I'm looking for some help on that. So that's kind of my concerns.
Our CEO, or Villanueva, can we connect her with someone? Or?
There's someone that's ready to give her.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, Tiffany, we have somebody here that can have a discussion
wonderful.
with you about your issue. Thank you
so
for
much.
sharing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
And our next speaker is Barb Ram.
Good morning, Barb.
Good morning. Audrey was tempting, but King Cat would not approve. So I forgot my notes, unfortunately, but I wanted to bring to your attention the Office of the Inspector General report on complaints to the sheriff was presented at the Sheriff's Review Commission board meeting. And if you can consider that, he sent the report in and never even got up off his seat to do any presentation at all after 14 months of waiting. So it turns out the sheriff, Sacramento County Sheriff, is 10th largest organization in the country, and we are the 23rd largest county. So that is quite a large organization, and I think it requires more transparency, more detail, more information that was not included in the report. It was an 18-page report after 14 months of waiting for it. With that size of an organization, every time they touch somebody, or bring somebody to the jail, or you're handcuffed, it's of utmost responsibility for the sheriff's department or the CHP or the city of Sac Police Department. When you take away somebody's freedom and somebody's ability to care for themselves, then it becomes the responsibility of the sheriff's department to take care of that person in all aspects, their health, their mental health, their food, their shelter. And unfortunately, they are falling down in many of those areas. 2 minutes isn't very long, so I'll come back. But it would be nice if you all got a copy of that report and looked at it. It's really inadequate, as opposed to the restaurateur who said she details all of her information. It would be nice if the sheriff did that too. Thanks.
Thank you, Barb.
And our next speaker will be Sean Prasad.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am Sean. I'm a labor organizer. I represent the workers of Sky Chefs. They make the food for the airlines. I'm here to present a safety report that we did with our union. I have copies for all of you. And the only ask we have is that we would like the people in charge of the airport, which is the supervisors, to dialogue with both the employees and the employers about safety for airport workers. They should call on LSG Sky Chefs and the airlines to work together to ensure all airport trucks are in good working condition and that single operating catering not be permitted. Where appropriate, they should call for investigations into airport safety risk. The fatality in Sacramento and recent accident in Minneapolis should be a wake-up call to local leaders. They should not wait for another tragedy before they intervene. I have copies if you guys would.
Thank you, Sean.
Give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
And we have no additional speakers. The next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. I have no notes on it, but this will be for items 7 through 32.
All right. If there are no items to pull, I will entertain a motion. Oh, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. A couple items. Start with 15.
For just a brief comment?
Just read it into the record so I can comment on it.
Item 15, authorize the Director of Airports to negotiate and execute the agreement for lease and development of property and fixed-based operator operating rights with Aviation Full Services, LLC, doing business as Mather Jet Center at Mather Airport for a maximum of 45-year lease.
Thank you for that. Just wanted to say thank you to staff for ushering this through. I think that this continues to make Mather and continues positive growth at Mather as to what it was intended to be originally when it came to the county, as well as it builds competition and which is healthy for economic development. And also, one of the partners in this endeavor has been a longtime tenant at Executive Airport and a fantastic part of the Executive Airport community. So kudos to staff for putting this through. Thank you. Number 17, please.
Number 17. Approve resolution authorizing the Director of the Community Development Department or designee to execute a funding agreement between the County of Sacramento and the Florin Road Property and Business Improvement District to facilitate transfer of funds in the not-to-exceed sum of $450,658.
Thank you. It's, like the rest of us up here, we all have tremendous respect for our PBIDs, and they're a vital part of making our communities successful, particularly the business section, but not just business, also residential. This particular PBID, I will tell you, and there's a reason I'm bringing this up. This is a good opportunity. This particular PBID has been problematic in recent couple of years. Since then, significant changes have been made to personnel. I believe that it has turned and it is heading in the right direction. I just say this because had it not been for the good work of both our economic development staff, particularly Crystal and Lindsay, thank you very much. Had it not been for their good work, as well as the consultant that was brought in, Community Strong Strategies, I would not be recommending this as much as important as it is to me and to South Sacramento, the Florin Corridor. But now I am very comfortable in recommending this and hoping we get an aye vote. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have comments on item number 12 as well as item number 15.
All right. Item number 12 is approve the county holiday currently observed on March 31st to be recognized as Sacramento County Farm Workers Appreciation Day and direct staff to subsequently provide the Board of Supervisors alternative observance dates beginning in 2027.
Great, thank you. So for item number 12, I just want to thank our colleague Supervisor Cerna for being so responsive, to what was a very, revelatory situation regarding someone who had been held in high esteem. And I don't know that I fully support the county being in the business of renaming holidays rather than just following state or federal designations. But I did just want to say that on the record, that I appreciate when somebody sees something that needs to be addressed and addresses it quickly. So thank you for that. And then item 15, I want to echo the comments from my colleague Supervisor Kennedy and just kind of express my appreciation for Mather Jet Center and Aviation Fuels to establish a new FBO out at Mather. I think it's good for the consumer, it's good for the county, it's good for the future development of Mather, and I wish you Godspeed in delivering that amenity. And the one thing I would like to say, since I have some folks from airports up there, is I went out and toured their current facility where they're operating, and the one request, thank you first of all for getting the pedestrian gate installed and so that they have that after-hours access available. They would like a curb cut so that they can have a half-circle driveway out in front to make pickup and drop-off via rideshare a little bit easier, and I think that's a pretty minor change to make it so that they're trying to improve the public-facing aesthetic of until they get this new facility built. So I think it's a reasonable request, and I just wanted to put it on the record. Thank you.
All right.
And we have no public comments for consent calendar items.
Thank you.
Second.
And consent calendar passes unanimously 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda today is number 33. This is a public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the 6702 Filbert Avenue subdivision.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Dawn Pimentel with County Engineering. The 6702 Filbert Avenue subdivision is situated approximately 660 feet north of Central Avenue on the east side of Filbert Avenue. This development consists of 10 single-family dwellings, or lots, and associated site improvements. The project was approved on January 13th, 2026. Required prior to filing the final map, the project proponents submitted an application to initiate the benefit category change process. Following that submission, a notice and Proposition 218 protest ballot were sent to the property owner on February 6, 2026. Currently, the project's existing parcel is in the safety light only category with an annual assessment of $2.56. Upon changing to the enhanced street and safety light residential category, the annual service charge will increase to approximately $656.20 for the 10 residential properties. If the board has no questions, staff recommends opening the public hearing, receiving written and oral testimony along with any objections and protests, close the public hearing, and then direct the clerk to tabulate the return protest ballot.
All right, there are currently no questions in the queue, so I will open up the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak? I'm sorry.
We have no people signed up for this item.
All right, I will now close the public hearing and request that we tabulate
Certainly.
the ballots.
I've received one ballot, one envelope. Which is very well sealed. We have one protest ballot from Kolyadich and Rishko, parcel number 21301800024 for 6702 Filbert, marked yes, signed and dated.
All right, will the staff please read the fill-ins?
Thank you. Since there is no majority protest, the fill-ins and the resolutions will be. In Section 2, at the close of the hearing, the board received 0 written protests. In Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total service charge changes to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of the benefit category and 0% were in opposition to change of the benefit category.
Thank you. I will go ahead and move the recommended action for approval.
Second.
All right.
All right, please vote.
That item passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is 34, public hearing authorizing an increase from $9 to $12 for the alternative per transaction day customer facility charge collected by airport rental car companies for purposes of designing, financing, and constructing consolidated rental car facilities at Sacramento International Airport.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Rodriguez and supervisors here for allowing me to speak. My name is Andrew Durkee. I am a senior airport manager with the Department of Airports, and I'm represented by the Director of Airports here and staff. And importantly, also Katrina Nelson, who's going to keep me on track, who's our legal counsel. Today, I am requesting the increase from $9 to $12 in the customer facility charge for our rental car passengers at the airport. I'll walk you through what we've got going on here. So, Sacramento has the unique distinction of having the very oldest recognized consolidated rental car facility in the United States, built in 1994. And so in roughly 2018 and 2019, our staff began the process of losing that distinction and actually refreshing our facility with a more modern, stacked, consolidated rent-a-car facility. The first, I have a clicker here so I can advance. Look at that. Let me do that. So this is the request. I'm a little behind. I apologize about that. So back in 2019, the board initially approved a $10 CFC for the purpose, CFC being the customer facility charge. In 2019, that $10 was approved to start the scoping of a consolidated rent-a-car facility, which took a number of years. Obviously, the timeline of that was difficult with COVID coming right after, but our team has been dedicated to this effort, and we've visited a few times as we've refined the scope of this project, the location, and now we're very close to getting this going. Importantly, this last year, on October 1 of 2025, the governor signed a bill, AB 1150, which allows the customer facility charge in California to increase from $9 to $12. That was signed in October 1 of 2025. And the CFCs that we have at our airport are governed, in fact, by California law. So the $12 CFC is a part of a finance package to fund the consolidated rent-a-car facility here in Sacramento. This is an example financing plan. As we develop this over the coming year or two, this will refine, but this gives an example of what that $12 rate goes to. It's a very expensive facility we're building, but it's really meaningful, actually. Again, going back to our facility being one of the oldest in the country, we have been busing passengers out to that facility for over 30 years. And what we're really excited to do is build a facility that's walkable from both Terminal A and Terminal B. That's going to have a really meaningful impact on vehicle miles driven and hopefully for the customer experience at the airport. The other thing that's worth noting here is over the course of this last year, we realized that the facility we had been planning this whole time was really going to only provide us excess scope through the early 2030s. And we realized we really need to be looking a little further ahead. We want to build a facility that's going to last us into the 2040s without any scope change needed, something that's going to serve our customers for decades to come. And so we rethought the facility. This planning activity level is really airport speak, but what it means is that we can serve our passengers through the early 2040s without major reconstruction of the facility. So that's what we're hoping to do. CFCs are highly regulated by California. They're not, the CFC is a user fee the rental car passengers pay. So this isn't a fee back to the airport. This isn't a fee to the county. This is very specific towards the design and construction of a facility, and then some very specific maintenance or operational costs. Also importantly, California state law requires that any change in CFC rates are audited by an independent third-party auditor. So we did that with the county auditor who confirmed, it's MGO, Macias, Ginny, and O'Connell, who confirmed that this $12 rate is necessary for the facility we're planning to build, that the costs are reasonable, and that the uses of our funds are considered compliant. So a couple project dates. Again, the noteworthy project date is October 1 of 2025. The governor signed AB 1150, allowing that change from $9 to $12. And then looking a little bit forward, if we get that fee approved today, we can implement it by May. And then roughly around May, we'd like to come back here and actually request the formal approval of an RFQ process, so we can expect to see us back here. We then will want to work pretty quickly to begin the design phase and construction in FY 27 and 28 with a hoped completion of 2030. And that is my presentation. My request today is that you consider moving the fee from 9 to 12 to really help us build that facility that's going to last us into the 2040s, build a walkable campus, and increase customer service levels. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. There are no questions in the queue, so I will open up the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak?
There are no requests to speak.
All right, I will now close the public hearing.
Move the item.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, please vote.
And this item passes unanimously 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is 35, the California Capital Air Show Impact Report and 2026 Preview.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to visit again this year to share the impact and the near future of the California Capital Air Show. I'm Darcy Brewer. I serve as CEO, and I'm with our Operations Director, Angela Terry, and two of our appointed board members, Terrence McNamara and Stephen Clark. We're proud to once again partner with Sacramento County through the Department of Airports to produce an event that's not just an exciting aviation experience, but enduring force for community impact in the Sacramento region.
So to recap last year's air show with a couple of statistics for you. Last year we had nearly 150,000 people view the show, attending and watching the show. We had the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, the U.S. Marine Corps F-35B, a couple of U.S. Air Force demonstration teams, and a lot of just world-class performers. For the first time in our history, we sold out. We could not take more attendees than we had. And that's the first time that's ever happened for our general admission area, which was really exciting. The show served as a powerful tribute to the history of American military service. And we honored the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Army, recognizing their contributions to our defense. We had a Warbird tribute to the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, highlighting both victory in Europe and victory in the Pacific. And then for the other part, we have an economic impact. We've done an economic impact study. We generated approximately $10.7 million in economic benefit for the region. In Rancho Cordova, businesses saw $6.2 million in direct spending by visitors, exhibitors, and event operations. And more than 1,700 hotel nights were booked as a direct result of the air show. We also recognized about $250,000 in sales tax revenue directly generated from the event. We had 200 acres of exhibits and displays, including partnerships with our friends at Travis Air Force Base, Beale, the California Air National Guard, local law enforcement, and STEM organizations. And we also had about 1,000 volunteers who produced this air show and helped make it a success.
All right. Good morning, everybody. So I think it's really easy to think about the air show as being a weekend event, but it's actually so much more important that we talk about what goes on the other 363 days for the California Capital Air Show, which is the mission of this organization to be focusing on honoring, inspiring, and giving back. And to date, this organization has given back more than $600,000 in scholarships to more than 280 students in this community. And that scholarship program is actually open today, again, ready to give back to the future of this community for us. More than that, more than just scholarships, we're focusing on annual youth program engagement. And in fact, last year delivered those programs to more than 3,500 students. And those educational programs, obviously, as many of you know, span multiple opportunities for engagement, not just about aviation, although that is obviously a major focus of the California Capital Air Show, but focuses on STEM careers and includes hands-on opportunities and workshops, working with industry professionals to engage students throughout our region. A couple of examples of those things, as you might know, are Destination Aviation and the ACE Academy, which are led in partnerships with our regional schools, industry leaders, and connects thousands of students with career pathways, again, not just with aerospace, but also engineering and other technology platforms. As many of you know, board members, I have a 13-year-old daughter, and one of the most important events that we put on every year is Girls in Aviation. And last year, the California Capital Air Show put on its largest Girls in Aviation event, which we had more than 500 young women out at Mather, and that part was done in partnership with Women in Aviation International and introduced girls of ages 8 to 18 to careers in aviation. And again, that was done in collaboration with local schools and provided immersive experiences. And if several of you were out there and got to see those young women not only getting to connect with industry professionals, but also maybe even flying a drone or two around the hangar, taking pictures, engaging with our organizations around our community and having an opportunity to connect in ways that you just can't normally do in a classroom. You may have noticed as well, earlier this month, we released our 2026 youth program schedule, which is up on the screen now. I speak on behalf of all of us up here, as well as our board of directors, that we hope to see you out there. You will certainly be getting an invite to come and join us. We'd love to host you at these events this year. And I know you know that being out there and getting to engage with these young men and women is an opportunity of a lifetime. But more than youth events as well, we are supporting so many nonprofits and schools in our community. In fact, last year, more than 30 nonprofit partners had the benefit of revenue sharing programs, which total more than $105,000 annually. That includes thousands of free tickets, which are provided to Title I schools, youth groups, and veteran organizations around our community, ensuring access again to these educational and inspirational aspects of the air show. These partnerships integrating the aviation, math, and science while sparking students' interest in high-demand career fields. So these efforts are ensuring the air show is not just a weekend event, but a 365-day-a-year program, and we so much appreciate that partnership that you provide for us.
So I get the fun job. I get to get you guys excited for the 2026 Air Show. So we are going back to October 10th and 11th. We will be lighting up the skies. Now, most of you know it is the 250th anniversary of America. 100% will be celebrating that. But it's also a really special year for us as an organization. We're turning 20. So what better way to celebrate two major milestones but to bring back the night show? So in 24, we had Freche, we had the night show. We're going to do the same thing this year, October 10th and 11th. The United States Thunderbirds will be with us. And we got a fun surprise in December with the Canadian Snowbirds joining us as well. So two amazing jet teams, we call them the rock concert and the ballet, will get to be at Mather Airport this year, as well as many more. We'll have the F-35 demo team, as well as many more civilian performers. But that night show is going to be spectacular. What you saw in 24 is just a small snippet of what you're going to see in 26, and we look forward that you guys all join us.
So, as most of you know, none of this happens without the dedication of more than 1,000 volunteers that both support our youth programs and make the big show go. Their time and their passion are the reason that we're celebrating our 20th anniversary. But it's not just the amazing volunteers, it's the county and the Department of Airports' continued support that allows us to honor our past, celebrate our present, and inspire the future of the aviation industry through the students of this region and the jobs that are in dire need of their help, and they're great jobs too. Thank you for your time and your support and for helping us make magic in the skies and on the ground for our community. Last year when the Blue Angels were here, they left you a few gifts, and we have them with us today. This particular one, special one, all the Blue Angels signed this poster, which they don't normally sign other things other than their lithos, so super special poster for you. so much here. They might be already in the works to come back. They really love coming to Sacramento. So thank you for that. These are for you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. We do have some speakers in the queue. Are you done with your presentation? Or okay, so Supervisor Desmond?
Well, I'll start off. I know everybody's going to be heaping accolades on you and thanking you for everything. And this is one of the best events in Sacramento County annually, and I'm so happy that we support it and we have the great relationship we have with you. I got to say, Terrence, it's always good to see you, but I want to know where our Board of Supervisors appointed, member is today. I was expecting to see Felipe.
Great question. That's a great question. I'll look into that and get back to you.
And please pass along our collective disappointment up here at seeing him. But thank you very much. I will plan to be out there for the duration this year, and I'm very excited. Thank you.
Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Chair. So I believe this is the last time I'll see you here presenting and previewing. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for all your dedicated leadership over the years. Darcy, I think you and I had conversations about trying to highlight as best you can the economic impact, right, from the air show probably 10 years ago, I'm guessing. And, obviously you kind of led the presentation with the appropriate citation of hotel rooms and sales tax. And that's all fantastic. And I really appreciate you hearing and listening to what I had to suggest at the time. But I certainly want to add my congratulations for just a tremendous job well done. The public sees the air show, and it's a weekend, right? But there's so much that goes on behind the scenes. It's an incredible production, and as a avid photographer, it's always great to be at the air show and use up a few memory cards, taking not hundreds but thousands of images. And I can't stress enough, I will continue to be a fan in my civilian life, for lack of a better term, after this chapter of my life, take my family out there, take those photos, and hopefully continue to see my two favorite planes, the P-51 and the P-38, proudly on static display and flights of 2 or 4 in terms of the Warbird flights. Those are certainly my favorite, and I want to also thank you for putting me in the cockpit a few times of a couple P-51s. So great job, and look forward to this year's air show.
Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. I've probably had this conversation with each of you privately, and I may have even said it here from the dais, but as the son of a pilot, Air Force officer who died active duty in a plane crash, I had an aversion to air shows for a long time. And it wasn't until I pursued this gig and have since been holding down this job that you reintroduced me to my love of what my dad stood for. And I thank you for that. But to Supervisor Serna's point, the air show is the how. It is not the why. And the why is so much bigger and really so much even more special. And having been out to participate in a couple of those events and see those young kids and see the caliber of brains that you have show up and impart a little bit of the spark of what they're working on to inspire them to pursue these careers that are sometimes out of mind's eye for folks that are just trying to go through regular schooling. And so I really think that is the benefit. Obviously, the economic impact is huge. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. But Rancho Cordova appreciates it. But it's really the way that you are sparking young brains to pursue excellent careers, both in the formal programs that you operate and also just those that come with their parents and get to experience the wonder of those planes scaring the crap out of them as they fly overhead. So thank you for that, and thank you for coming and giving such a great report.
Supervisor Hume, what a powerful and impactful statement. And I want to say I'm thankful for your father's service to our country. That is really the ultimate price that one pays. But I also want to say thank you for all the work that you do. You know, I shared last year that I spent 10 years working on what was old commissary building in Rancho Cordova, and to watch the air show when I would go in and cover on a Saturday for people that wanted to work on the weekend. But to actually be there in person was incredibly impactful. It was a beautiful air show. You guys do tremendous work. I really appreciate the economic development impact you have to the region, because all our businesses and hotels and we all need programs like this to really keep us going. I'm also very impressed by the program that you have with our youth in the communities and exposing even underserved children, youth, to STEM opportunities is very impactful. I personally grew up watching the Blue Angels. They have a very special place in my heart, growing up in San Francisco and seeing them throughout my youth. So this gift is really a treasure, that something that I will keep with me forever. But thank you for all the work that you do. You are appreciated. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is a receive and file.
All right, and we have no public
No
comment.
public comments? Okay, great. Next item, please.
Next item is 36, receive a second quarter fiscal status report and approve an appropriation adjustment request for various departments.
Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez, members of the board. My name is Amanda Thomas. I'm the county's Chief Fiscal Officer, and I am here today to present the fiscal year 2025-26 second quarter fiscal status report. So there's basically two purposes to this report. The first is to identify any needed budget adjustments for the current fiscal year. And then the second is to estimate any unspent funding that would be available as one-time funding source for next year's budget. So just by way of overview, the numbers that I will be talking about today are estimated revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 25-26 that are based on actual data that was available as of January 2026. Overall, expenditures in most departments are estimated to be lower than budgeted. However, there are certain budget units that require appropriation adjustments or budget adjustments. I'll talk about those towards the end of the presentation. The discretionary revenues in our general fund are estimated to be slightly lower than budgeted. Our semi-discretionary reimbursements are estimated to be higher than budgeted. And the estimated general fund available fund balance, so that's the unspent funding resulting from the difference between the budgeted and estimated revenues and expenditures that would be available for 26-27 budget. That includes a large interim settlement payment for the Department of Health Services, and I'm going to talk more about that later in the presentation, but I just wanted you to have that in mind. Okay, so looking at our discretionary revenues to begin with, so I mentioned lower than budgeted, and really slightly lower than budgeted. We're estimating about a $2 million shortfall there, which is just 0.2%, so for a total of $943 million. If we look at our largest source of discretionary revenue, which is property tax revenues, that accounts for about 70% of total discretionary revenues, that's really tracking pretty much right on budget, so just 0.1% higher than budgeted at $662 million. Sales and use tax revenues, so another large source of revenues for us, that's about 16% of the total. Those we're estimating about a $7 million increase, so 4.7% higher than budgeted. However, we are expecting shortfalls in other revenue sources, most notably our interest income, that more than offset that increase in sales tax revenues, so that overall we're estimating about a $2 million shortfall versus budget. When we look at our semi-discretionary reimbursements, which again are the 1991 and 2011 realignment and the Proposition 172 public safety sales tax revenue, just as a reminder, these are based on statewide sales tax and vehicle license fee revenues, and we account for them in separate funds and then transfer them into the general fund to reimburse eligible expenditures. So based on our updated revenue and eligible expenditure estimates, we are estimating about an $8 million increase here in the semi-discretionary reimbursements into the general fund. You can see here how that's broken out. So about a $5 million increase for the Proposition 172, $3 million for 2011 realignment. And then when we look at our 1991 realignment, we're actually estimating a $5 million shortfall in revenue. However, we're offsetting that with releases from the 1991 realignment reserves. And that's really consistent with our policy to use the most restrictive funding first. So rather than using $5 million of discretionary resources to offset that shortfall, we're releasing reserves from those realignment funds. Okay, so turning to look at general fund net financing uses, and think about this as expenditures in departments minus department revenues. So the net need within department budgets. If we look first at the expenditures, we're estimating those to be $211 million, or about 5% below budget. With revenues and reimbursements within departments, so departmental funding sources are estimated to be about $162 million, about 7.4% below budget. That largely reflects those reduced expenditures, right? A lot of the revenues are expenditure driven. They're reimbursements for expenditures incurred. But the important thing to note that I alluded to earlier, and I will talk more about on the next slide, is that within those estimated departmental revenues, we have $22 million, so a really large amount in the Department of Health Services that is for behavioral health interim cost, behavioral health interim cost settlement. So there's actually two components to that you can see here. Within that $22 million, about $18.6 million is for mental health services provided in fiscal year 17-18, and then about $3.1 million is for substance use prevention and treatment services for fiscal year 2019-20. So a large amount, that $22 million, included within those estimated departmental revenues. If you look at the net result of the difference between the expenditures and the departmental revenues, that's a $49 million decrease in net departmental expenditures. So that's the $211 million of expenditures minus the $162 of revenues. So that $49 million net reduction in departmental funding needs, you can see that almost half of that is that $22 million of interim settlement. So really significant in terms of the context of the numbers that we're talking about.
One moment, Amanda.
Yes.
David Bienweba.
Thank you, Supervisors. Just real quick, I had a conversation with a couple of you regarding the $22 million settlement. And during that conversation, I attributed the settlement to DHA, and it's actually DHS. So I just wanted to make that clear. So thank you.
Thanks, David. Okay, so turning to look a little bit more closely at those settlement payments, and what this chart is actually showing is the history of behavioral health interim settlements and then the associated audit paybacks. And you may recall we had a discussion about this at the revised recommended budget hearings for 25-26 because we had that large, you can see here, $19.25 million interim settlement that was received in 25-26, and so we had a discussion about what to do with that. And at that time, Supervisor Kennedy requested a very good suggestion that we, in future budget discussions, provide a history of like what have those interim settlements been and what have the audit paybacks associated with them been. What have those been? Because because what we know is that some amount of this preliminary settlement will need to be repaid, and we also know that we'll have future settlements that will be hitting with the same requirements. So we want to make sure that we're not spending that settlement money and therefore wouldn't have a way to repay any of the audit payback that might be due as a result of that.
One moment, Amanda.
Yes.
Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. I'll probably have more questions, but I just wanted to make sure I picked up on exactly what you said and what that table that was just shown, that table represents. And that is that the monies we received in 25-26 are actually from an audit for fiscal year 2016 to 2017.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So And we don't yet know of that amount how much would be in the associated audit payback. But you can see for the years for which those audits have been done, you can see, I think two things are important to note here in the trend. The percentage audit payback has been increasing over time, and if you look at the two most recent, and these are just representing the behavioral health settlements, the two most recent, you can see that those are much larger settlement amounts than we have received in prior years. So as a result of that, there's likely a greater amount that is at risk of needing to be paid back.
And if I can pause you again.
Yes.
And so speaking of larger amounts, when we fast forward from that table into the next future couple years, going through the COVID era with a lot of rescue plan monies floating around, there could be wild swings as far as settlement amounts. Is that safe to assume or no?
Potentially. I mean, I certainly would rely on the expertise in the department to know more about that. What I do know, and I think we shared this when we had the budget hearings in September, is that the state has indicated they want to get caught up on all of these settlements in the 26-27 fiscal year. So it's potentially there could be multiple that happen within the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
So due to the fact that, we will have audit paybacks likely in 26-27, what we're recommending is that $14 million out of that $22 million of projected settlement revenue be set aside in the audit payback reserve. And that would be added to the $19 million that is already in that reserve, because we did set aside 100% of the settlement payment received in 25-26 that was for 2016-17, and so we're recommending, based on just an estimate of what that payback might be, $14 million be added, and then we believe that we would have sufficient money in that reserve to cover the paybacks that would be due for these most recent two settlements. I did want to put forward to the board what would be a more conservative option, which would be to set aside that entire $22 million and hold that in reserve until that audit payback amount is known, and certainly open to any feedback from the board on that option. So when we look at what all of that means in terms of the available fund balance for the 26-27 budget, this sort of shows the math here. So we have that $49 million decrease in net financing uses, right? So that's the department expenditures minus the department revenues, the changes there, $49 million. Add to that the $6 million net increase in discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue. So we had an $8 million increase in semi-discretionary, but a $2 million decrease in discretionary. That's where the 6 comes from. So that 6 plus the 49 is a $55 million estimate as of the second quarter. That includes that full $22 million settlement in the departmental revenue. What we would add to that, consistent with past practice, is a 15% increase for the non-settlement amount, which equates to about $5 million. And that really accounts for the fact that our actual fund balance typically ends up being a little bit higher than our estimated fund balance. We tend to be a little bit conservative in estimating at this time of the year. So we add in that 15% to account for the historical difference between actual and estimated. That gets us to $60 million, the $55 million plus the 5. If we subtract $14 million from that to hold back for the audit payback reserve, so that's 14 of that $22 million, then we have a $46 million that's recommended to be available for fiscal year 26-27 appropriations. Again, understanding this would be a one-time source of funding. So if we look at that $46 million, which is shown here in gray as the estimated amount, and kind of compare to what our historical available fund balance has been. This is a chart that I know you all are familiar with, but we can see, comparing to the most recent fiscal year, so within this fiscal year's budget, we had a $73 million available fund balance. We have a significant decrease just from year to year, but you can also see the trend, over the last 3 years, we've had this declining fund balance, which is really, really coming out of COVID, where we had very high fund balances, and we're now kind of returning more to the historical average. I want to put this $46 million in context of the budget workshop that we had in January, where I shared with the board that we're projecting about $101 million operating deficit for fiscal year 26-27. Obviously, that number, continues to be refined as we move through the budget process and get more information. But I will say that the picture is not significantly different as of today. I think, one thing to note, though, is that in prior years, we were largely able to fund our operating deficit with one-time fund balance. But for 26-27, we now have this sizable gap, right, between a $100 million projected operating deficit, so the difference between our projected revenues and our projected expenditures, and a $46 million projected available fund balance.
One moment, Amanda. Supervisor Hume.
And I apologize for interrupting as we go, but sometimes it's easier to kind of stay on the one subject while we're there because this is very complex stuff. And so can you tease out a little more what you were just saying? Is in January you told us we're 101 million underwater, and now you're saying, oh, but look, we have 46 million that we weren't counting on that has now been freed up that we can use.
So
is that oversimplifying it?
I think you're on the right track, but I just want to make sure that I'm being clear. So the $101 million is if we look at what are we project the expenditures to be to maintain sort of current level of service and fund things that we know we need to do, and then subtract what we think our revenues are going to be. So the actual ongoing revenues, right? Not accounting for fund balance in there. So the difference between those expenditures and the revenues is $101 million. We're saying that we would have $46 million of kind of one-time funding. Think of it as a sort of a one-time solution that's not really addressing that structural issue, but for 26-27 would be available to fund some of that gap.
And so I guess that's where, for me, it becomes kind of hard to wrap my head around, because if we're looking at a $101 million structural deficit, then the $46 million is a stopgap to kind of stave off the creditors, if you will, until that comes due. So we don't have any extra money available to us. We still need to figure out how to get our overall expenditure plan right-sized to match our revenues, correct?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, which is where I was headed next. So in January, the board directed a 2.5% reduction in the initial resource allocation out to departments, right? So we'll be evaluating department budget requests that were based on that in order to develop a balanced budget that will be recommended to the board in January, understanding that that budget may be balanced with one-time funding sources as it has been in the past, but to a lesser degree. If for no other reason, then we have less one-time funding available to us.
Okay. I won't belabor the point, but you just hit on the third rail of this conversation, which is when you make it appear like, oh, here's 46 million we didn't even know we had. Then all of a sudden everybody goes, well, how come we're being asked to make a 2.6 reduction or a 2.5% reduction, which when you factor in, freezing, then it's really an 8 or an 11%, right? Like all of a sudden people start to not understand, because you understand it very well, but it's complex stuff.
I agree with that. It is complex.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Amanda. And it's such a downer that you have to come in after the air show presentation and the dog in the chamber and everything. And just so I'm clear, the $101 million structural imbalance, that includes the amounts we discussed to backfill for the effects of H.R. 1, correct?
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for bringing that up.
Because that's the elephant in the room.
Yes, and that was the next thing that I was going to say, which is, want to remind that a big piece of this $100 million deficit is the impact from federal and state changes, including H.R. 1, and I think Deputy County Executive Katari had some more information to share about that.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Desmond. So as you recall, H.R. 1 HR1, which was the federal budget bill that passed last year, shifted massive federal safety net costs to states and to counties. For California, projections are about $9.5 billion annually that will be shifted to statewide. And for Sacramento County, as we've been discussing with you last fall and in January when we came, we talked about approximately $50 million in reductions for this upcoming fiscal year, 26-27, and that would include losses in Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and behavioral health funding, with up to $90 million in the upcoming fiscal years annually. So as a result of these cuts, the county has been working with CSAC, Urban Counties Caucus, and our other associations to propose a multi-year state budget partnership to offset the impact to counties. This includes a $1.9 billion ask in fiscal year 26-27 and a $4.5 billion ask in fiscal year 27-28. It's unclear, and so we need to be conservative. To the point of the discussion today, it's unclear what the state's going to be able to or willing to do with that in our upcoming budget, but we intend to work alongside you with these advocacy efforts. I know, Supervisor Desmond, you've been very much on the front of these discussions with CSAC and UCC, so if you have anything to add.
Thank you. And I assumed you would probably get to that, but since we're talking about it now, I'd like to just expand on it a little bit and ask a few more questions. So first, just so that this makes up about half of that $101 million structural deficit this year. And I think that the predictions are, as you know, there was nothing in the governor's introduced budget in January to offset the cost to counties from the changes as a result of HR1. I think the predictions are there will be something in May revise, and then there will be an intense lobbying effort to get the legislature to, increase whatever amount the governor proposes in the May revise. I know, David, you've been passing along information, been forwarding information from CSAC and, UCC. It's kind of a coalition with all the county partners and county affiliates. I mean, this is by far the biggest issue. It's an existential threat to so many counties and their general fund budgets. I think what would be helpful maybe for us locally is if you can kind of take maybe the toolkit information that CSAC and the others are putting out and maybe have a companion piece that says this is how each of these categories it affects Sacramento County in particular. I think that might be helpful for us, I think, in our travels and talking with our constituents, because I don't think people realize this, what a big challenge this is for us and for everyone.
Yeah, we're happy to do that, and we'll work alongside you with Alicia's already working on the letter, and then we'll get the toolkit available to you with local data as well.
That was my next thing. So will we be preparing letters to go out from Sacramento County?
Yes, Supervisor. Alicia, our legislative affairs person, is actually today. That CSAC information just came out yesterday as I was talking with the board. So we are preparing support letters for the request from CSAC and the rest of the county families, as CSAC likes to refer to it, and we will definitely get that information out to you. I did share the UCC letter, the Urban Counties Caucus letter last Friday, and we'll share this additional information as soon as we have a chance to review it before we send it forward.
Right. And I think, I think, Siobhan, something that is not highlighted nearly enough is the impact on all of our homelessness response efforts, especially with respect to the behavioral health resources that we have used in recent years to braid with other funding sources to really make a difference out on the streets in our response. And I don't think people appreciate that. Certainly, I know they don't appreciate or understand that at the local level. So painting that picture, telling that story for us, I think is really important. Thank you.
And I would also add one of the CSAC requests, in addition to the letters we're preparing, we'll actively be contacting the legislature and setting up meetings with them and to talk to our local representatives. But I invite that the same to all of you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know what the toolkit looks like, but as we put out information, as you provide us with information, Supervisor Desmond's right, that would be very helpful. This is all I'm talking about in community groups right now. And I know you do this, but just want to remember, when we hear $50 million reduction this year, $90 million in subsequent years and all that, it doesn't mean that much to the public. So if we could quantify that as how many Medi-Cal recipients may be impacted, how many SNAP and all that, that resonates more when the public can understand it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay. So I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that the second piece of this, so in addition to kind of estimating what fund balance might be available, we're also looking at any budget adjustments that we need to make to the current year's budget. And so I won't read all of these. The first half of this slide is really showing adjustments that are funded with revenue or budget transfers, so kind of no impact on use of general fund discretionary resources. The second piece are showing adjustments that do have what we call net county cost impact. So first is in the conflict criminal defender budget. There's a $3.7 million use of contingency due to expenditures exceeding budget as a result of additional unanticipated cases being overloaded or conflicted to that office. And then the rest of these were really showing some reductions to net county cost. So I did want to highlight both child, family, and adult services and homeless services and housing. And really, these are as a result of collaboration within the Health and Human Services Agency to, again, do that thing of using the most restricted funding first so that we're freeing up the use of general fund resources. So you can see we have $1 million and a $2 million reduction in the use of discretionary resources or net county cost as a result of those two changes. And then the other adjustments shown here are the semi-discretionary resources, so $5 million increase, Prop 172 public safety sales tax that's offsetting net cost. We have a slight use of contingency in 1991 realignment. Most of that was mitigated with the use of reserves, but a slight increase in net cost there. And then a $3 million reduction in net county costs as a result of additional 2011 realignment resources. So overall, these adjustments result in a $7 million increase to the general fund budgeted contingency, and then the new balance would stand at $15.8 million. And that concludes my presentation. These are the recommended actions. I'm happy to take any additional questions.
All right, there are none in the queue. Any requests to speak on this item?
No.
I'll second. Please vote.
Item 36, that motion passes unanimously 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
Next item on our agenda is number 37. This is the rezone and minor use permit for a property located at 9535 Florin Road in the Vineyard community.
Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. Emma Carrico, project manager for the Florin Road Rezone project. The project site is a 13.35 acre parcel located on the north side of Florin Road in the Vineyard community. Approximately 1 acre is developed with a single-family residence and associated driveways, walkways, accessory structures. The remainder is undeveloped and consists of valley grassland and small portions of vernal pools and seasonal wetland. The subject parcel is currently zoned interim agricultural reserve. It's located within the Florin Vineyard Community Plan, which designates the site as light industrial. Surrounding land uses consist of similar large lots, some developed with single-family residences as well. The existing single-family residence was built in 1961. There was one previous code violation opened in June 2019 for parking of tractor trailers in the interim agricultural zone, which does not allow truck parking and storage as a land use. However, all tractor trailers were removed from the subject parcel and the code violation was closed in December of 2019. The applicant is currently requesting a rezone of the entire site from interim agricultural reserve to light industrial, as well as a minor use permit to allow the existing residence to remain as a caretaker dwelling exceeding 650 square feet. Here you can see the rezone exhibit showing the subject parcel with the current interim agricultural zoning on the left and the proposed light industrial zoning on the right. And here's the floor plan of the existing residence, which would be retained as a caretaker dwelling. No development or physical changes to the site or existing residence are proposed with the existing project. Any future development would be required to comply with the applicable codes, regulations, and entitlement and permitting processes applicable at the time it is proposed. In December of 2010, the Board of Supervisors certified the EIR for the Florin Vineyard Community Plan. For the current request, an addendum to the previous EIR was prepared. The addendum concluded that no substantial changes are proposed, which would require major revisions to the previous EIR. No substantial changes have occurred with respect to the circumstances under which the project was taken. There is no new information of substantial importance, which was not known and could not have been known with the exercise of due diligence at the time the EIR was certified, and that only minor technical changes or additions are necessary in order to deem the adopted environmental document adequate. The Vineyard Community Planning Advisory Council met on July 10th, 2025 to consider the project. The CPAC voted unanimously to recommend the board approve the requested entitlements. Pursuant to Zoning Code Section 632A3B, the project is not subject to design review. Therefore, the project was not presented to the Design Review Advisory Committee. The Planning Commission met on January 26, 2026, and voted unanimously to recommend the board approve the requested entitlements. There are no existing non-conforming uses or open code violations. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan, Florin Vineyard Community Plan, and zoning code. Before I provide staff recommendation, I'd like to note that one written public comment was received prior to this hearing this morning. The commenter expressed concern regarding the existing residents remaining in what would become a light industrial zone. The minor use permit for conversion to a caretaker dwelling does address this. However, to ensure the caretaker dwelling operates accessory to a primary business, staff recommends adding the following two conditions to the minor use permit, which are also on the paper in front of you. So the first would be within 30 days of approval, the owner and/or project applicant shall apply for a business license. And then as an ongoing measure, the minor use permit shall not be effective until the owner and/or project applicant obtains a valid business license. So with that, at this time, staff recommends the board take the following actions. Determine that some changes or additions to the previously adopted EIR were necessary, but none of the conditions described in CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, calling for preparation of a subsequent EIR, have occurred, and determine that the CEQA addendum is adequate and complete. Adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopt the rezone ordinance, approve the minor use permit subject to the findings and conditions, including the two new conditions provided here verbally. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. The applicant is also present. Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So you've obviously seen the letter.
Yes.
I think that the added conditions are good conditions. But I want to specifically address publicly, it says in this letter, it's contended, it's alleged that this project cannot be found consistent with the zoning code. Can you just address?
Yeah, so as far as staff is concerned, we believe the minor use permit for conversion to a caretaker dwelling, in addition to the existing conditions of approval and these additional conditions of approval, do bring it consistent with the zoning code. And in general, you would need to have M1 zoning for a lot of the uses that would be proposed on this site for a business license. And so it's a little bit of a chicken or an egg situation there as well. But with these conditions and with the minor use permit, staff does believe this is consistent with all of the various ordinances and policies.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no other comments from the supervisors or questions. Any requests to speak?
None at this time.
All right. We will entertain a motion.
Chair, I would move approval, staff recommendation with the modified conditions of approval.
All right, please vote.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, next item, please.
The next item on our agenda is 38. This is the 2030 General Plan Annual Report for calendar year 2025.
Good morning.
Give it 5 minutes, see if we can get tall enough for me. Okay. Good morning. My name is Jacob Daw, and I'm a senior planner with Planning and Environmental Review, and we're going to be covering the 2025 General Plan Annual Report. I'm joined here today from my PERT colleagues, there's Todd Smith, Planning Director, Nathan Serafine, who prepared this report, and I believe I see Wendy here too, Wendy Hartman. No, I don't. She's in jury duty. She was going to be here. Could have been answering any questions related to the zoning code updates, but Todd and myself will be able to address those. I'm also joined today from the Office of Economic Development, Director Crystal Bethke and Jared Vong, who you'll be hearing from a little later in this presentation. So state law requires each jurisdiction to submit a progress report on general plan implementation and housing element implementation to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, or LCI, and to HCD. So this presentation is just going to be giving an overview and some highlights from that report. So the general plan and our report is vast, but time is not. So we are going to, like I said, give some highlights and overview on some key general plan elements and policy documents in this implementation snapshot. We are then going to go to our economic development element, which we chose for our element spotlight for this year's annual report. And then we will turn to housing, where we will spend the bulk of our remaining time covering progress on the housing element and progress on meeting our RHNA goals before briefly covering the 2026 work plan. Okay, so for our implementation snapshot, I'm going to try and breeze through these, so please interrupt or interject at any point if you have any questions on any of these elements. So first, environmental justice. A lot of work has been done in this previous year on the environmental justice element from a wide variety of county departments, agencies, and offices who are all working to incorporate equity into their daily work and implement this element. The main highlight here I have is on our stakeholder meeting, which we held in January of this year, which brought together 9 county and regional agencies to speak directly with the public on what they are doing to implement environmental justice. We actually had our best turnout at this stakeholder meeting in years, and so we're very proud to bring all these organizations together to talk directly with the community on environmental justice. Moving on to infill, in 2025, we onboarded our new infill coordinator who kickstarted work on the infill program, established our infill developer council, and is going to be bringing forward several projects to this board later this year, which was discussed in a workshop a couple months ago. On climate action, 2025 was the inaugural year for CAP implementation, and work included, but is not limited to, the 2024 greenhouse gas inventory report and data development to feed into our urban forest management plan. I'll note here that the CAP is a county-wide effort with multiple agencies involved, and what we have in the annual report is more of a representation of the work that PER is doing, not the county as a whole. And our sustainability manager will be bringing a full CAP implementation report later this summer. Lastly, planning is working on several state legislation compliance efforts with our general plan and our zoning code. Those include AB 98 truck routes, an open space element compliance with SB 1425, an update to the local hazard mitigation plan, and then a subsequent safety element update, and several zoning code amendments to bring our zoning code up to date with changes to state law in recent years. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we chose the economic development element as our element spotlight for this year. We chose this one for multiple reasons. One of the key ones being is that this board adopted the economic development strategic plan there at the end of 2025. The economic development element, which I'm just going to now refer to as the element, so I stopped tying my tongue as I try to get that out, is broken really into 4 main categories: revitalizing commercial areas, supporting local art and culture, attracting and retaining businesses, and conducting outreach. Altogether, these categories comprise 59 implementation measures, all of which are either complete or in progress. The element identifies 4 key implementing agencies: the Office of Economic Development, or OED, Planning, Regional Parks and Airports, While I know that these are the 4 main agencies identified in the element, really economic development is embedded in all departments in the county, and facilitating economic development is a responsibility for all those departments, and the element kind of lays that groundwork for how those departments should do that facilitation. So with that, I am actually now going to hand it off to Jared Vong with the Office of Economic Development to give an update on the work they've been doing through 2025.
One moment. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to, with the slide when you had the 4 boxes and the legislation and the state initiatives and all of that, and you had the, there we go, environmental justice, which made me think directly of AB 617 and the SERP. Are we coordinating with the community members and the others, and even A or B, with the SERP and the recommendations that are coming through to make sure that they that they mesh with our own ordinances and codes? And
Yes. Planning staff have been regularly attending the AB 617 or SERP meetings with the steering committee and AQMD staff. And when AQMD published their draft SERP, again, that was mid to end January, we did provide comments to AQMD. We did a kind of a full analysis comparing what was proposed in the SERP and all of their draft strategies with the policies currently adopted into our county codes and ordinances and the vision that we have outlined in our various plans to make sure that those mesh as much as possible. And we're already starting conversations in how we can kind of join together on some of those efforts to achieve both the SERP and what we need to accomplish here at the county.
Great. I like this guy, Todd. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn it now over to Jared.
Good morning, Jared.
Yeah, I went too far here. Here we go.
Sorry, I'm at a height disadvantage, so thank you, Jacob, for that. Good morning, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. My name is Jared Vong, and I'm a Senior Economic Development Specialist with Sacramento County's Office of Economic Development, also known as OED. And as Jacob stated, OED and other implementing agencies have completed 36 out of the 59 measures. However, I would like to note that even though we completed these measures, economic development is much more than hitting milestones and goals. A lot of the implementing measures are going to be continuous, and some of the 23 in progress will remain ongoing as well, because in order to hit those 4 main goals stated earlier, we have to continue evolving and supporting our county with an emphasis on the unincorporated communities. And with this slide, you will see a lot of the great work that OED performed in the 2025 calendar year. The first question that probably comes to mind is, how does OED get these results and why? In broad terms, economic development is about business attraction, retention, and expansion to provide the community with the cliche saying of a great place to live, work, and play. OED has 4 divisions that work towards these goals, but the 2 most relevant divisions, business development and business assistance, support these goals the most. Business development is the larger scale of business support. OED provides site selection services by working with developers, and businesses find sites that best fit not only our county requirements, but also their needs when it comes to infrastructure and certain site specifications, such as clear heights or dock requirements or anything else that they will request. This support that OED provided has led to 8 industrial projects with significant investments in jobs and capital investment back to the county. The business development team does a lot of great job of supporting new businesses and expansions into our county, but the business assistance team, comprised of our Small Business Liaison and Business Environmental Resource Center, also known as BERC, provides business support to the heart of our communities, which are our small businesses and entrepreneurs. The business assistance team supports our commercial corridors and small businesses by providing resources, permitting assistance, or sustainability guidance. For example, one of the 637 business requests that OED supported was with an entrepreneur who only spoke Cantonese in our South Sacramento environmental justice area. Fortunately for her, I speak very broken Cantonese. She wanted to be connected with an advisor at our local Sac Valley Business Development Center who can help her with her business plan and apply for a county business license. Somehow I was able to guide her and teach her how to apply on the website and also, the necessary steps in order to get a county business license. Now, she may not become a billionaire, or maybe she will, but without that assistance and connection, she would not have even had the opportunity to try. And let me tell you, I love my parents, but my parents have never left me such a very heartwarming and grateful voicemail. voicemail to me. In addition to just providing technical assistance for our commercial corridors and small businesses, safe and clean business environments are critical to supporting local businesses. Business owners have a lot on their plates, and safety and stable business environments should not be one of those problems. OED coordinates with the District Attorney's Office to offer the Business Watch program. The Business Watch program brings together OED, the District Attorney's Office, Sheriff, Highway Patrol, County Supervisor staff, businesses, and other relevant agencies to address concerns relating to vandalism, trespassing, and public safety concerns. There are 9 different business watches located throughout the county, 5 of them being in the environmental justice areas, and 97 business watch meetings were held last calendar year. The Business Watch program provides direct access to resources for business owners and has led to less vacancies, public safety concerns, and access to services for our most vulnerable communities. There have been several business watches that have dissolved over the years because the areas had either improved or they sometimes led to the creation of property business improvement districts or PBIDs. Not every business, though, is able to attend the Business Watch meetings based on their availability or schedule, and that is also why it's important for OED to conduct on-site business site visits. 713 site visits were performed last year. These site visits are either coordinated by OED or with local chambers of commerce, PBIDs, or utility partners. The site visits allow OED to survey the business community to see how to see what challenges they have faced and connecting them with resources. So not only is providing technical support important, but providing safe and clean environments is all a bigger picture of the commercial corridor support. I have mentioned a lot of collaboration with other agencies or other business community members, and that is because partnerships are important. OED would love to be everywhere at once, but we can't be everywhere at once, and sometimes we aren't wanted everywhere. We don't take it personal. Being a government agency has its reputation, and that is where we can rely on our local chambers of commerce and community-based organizations to perform outreach. For instance, we partnered with 15 community-based organizations to deliver nearly $2 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding to support ongoing COVID-19 recovery efforts. And through our Cultural Arts Reward program, we delivered $336,000 in grants to 69 local arts and cultural nonprofit organizations. Aside from that, OED also partners with other organizations such as the California Capital Financial Development Corporation to host 34 training seminars and workshops. Partnerships are vital in supporting our local arts and culture and conducting outreach, especially in communities that have been historically underserved. Now, I've talked a lot about how and what we have done to implement the 36 economic development measures we accomplished. However, how do we move forward with the remaining 23 economic development measures? With the recent approval of our Economic Development Strategic Plan, or EDSP, back at the end of 2025, you can see that it aligns with our remaining measures. How do these 3 elements of resources, communications, and partnerships now apply to the general plan and other county priorities such as environmental justice and climate action plan? The resource element is about contributing and advancing our business development and business assistance services by continuing to attract growing industries and priority sectors and revitalizing commercial areas in coordination with the county's info coordinator and community development departments. OED performed great work last year, and we hope to make even further progress on the implementation measures. And in order to do that, it ties directly back with our communication element. When our consultant HR&A performed interviews with focus groups, some of the common points that came up was about how OED is doing the great work, but there are still many that do not know of the services and resources that we provide. OED will expand our efforts to perform more outreach, as outlined by the general plan and the EESP, by coordinating with the county's public information office, continuing to perform site visits and community meetings, and increasing our social media presence as well. Like I mentioned before, economic development cannot happen in silos, and the resources and outreach needs to be a coordinated effort through our partnerships in order to ensure that OED is reaching underserved communities, supporting site readiness, and promoting arts and culture to increase the quality of life of our county. These 3 elements lay out the framework on how OED will work towards accomplishing the remaining economic development measures outlined in the general plan. And now I'll turn it back to Nathan to go over the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared, so much for all the work you guys are doing and for collaborating with us on the report this year. We really do appreciate it. Okay, so with that, we are now going to move on to the housing element, where we are going to spend the bulk of our remaining time. We're going to cover a range of housing topics, programs, and our unit production today. And our goal here with some of the slides you're going to see coming is to really demonstrate how the policies and programs set by this board in the housing element are, and through subsequent resolutions, is translating into real housing projects that we're now seeing on the ground. So in this section, we're going to cover our RHNA production, our housing action plan and the progress we've made on those programs, several grant awards and funding that we've received to support housing development in the county, and our affordable housing production. Okay, so starting here with our residential unit production. This table here shows our overall residential unit production and our current housing element cycle compared to our RHNA. Please note here that the numbers you see on this slide are for issued building permits, as that's just what we're required to submit to the state and what the state compares for our RHNA allocation. This does not represent the number of units that have been built, but rather is just showing the work that the county has done to kind of lay the groundwork for permitting of units. I also want to note here that the county does not construct housing, but is responsible for implementing the policy measures within the housing element and ensuring that there's enough zoned vacant land to allow for housing development to be built. So you'll see here in this table that we've had sustained production in the lower income and very low income categories. And starting this year, we are now also required to report on the extremely low and acutely low income categories as well. So we have actually gone back and reviewed and we'll be revising our previous APR submittals to make sure that we're accounting for those ELI units, which were kind of just lumped into our very low income units before. And so the county's proactivity in securing home key funds, having some of the first home key projects in the state, is what is contributing to those ELI numbers you see in previous years. So projects like Art and Star or Hope Landing and Madison Square Studios has allowed us to kind of get a jump start on our ELI strategy and production, which is going to feature a lot more prominently in the 7th cycle housing element coming up in a couple years. Right. So if you recall last year, this board was interested in seeing how the county compares to other jurisdictions in meeting our RHNA needs. The two charts here show how the county compares to other jurisdictions in our region in meeting our overall RHNA and our lower income RHNA. We use 2024 numbers here as that's the most recently available data, as 2025 numbers aren't submitted to the state until next week. So starting with the first chart here on the left, you'll see that the county is trailing other jurisdictions in terms of just a percentage of the RHNA that is being met. However, when staff kind of dug into these numbers and analyzed them a bit more, we saw that this is largely because a lot of the jurisdictions in our region simply just have a much lower RHNA than the county does. And so their ability to meet their percentage is just that much higher.
One moment. Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure I understand the previous slide and this one, because the previous slide, thanks, it's clear that you're citing production. So those are units that are housing people today, or is it zoned land?
The units that we're citing on this slide here are issued building permits. So however long they would be housing people today, just depending on how long the construction process takes.
Okay. Yeah. So the threshold with which we submit to HCD our RHNA numbers is the moment that a building permit is issued for a residential unit, and somehow we track the income category associated with that permit.
Correct.
Okay. That sounds a little different than the way I understood it in the past, because in the way I understood it in the past was we were looking at zoned land, and so or zoned acreage. So help me understand why we're using kind of that threshold moment versus what I thought in years past was zoning, not building permit. And I see Mr. DeFonte is reaching for the microphone. So.
So maybe make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. So there's kind of two separate metrics or data points we're looking at with regards to the zoned land and then our unit production. So our housing element hosts our vacant land inventory, which has to have a certain amount of acreage in each zoning designation that can fit into one of these income categories.
Density.
Yeah, so density. So our housing element and our vacant land inventory and the amendment that we brought forward last month was to make sure that we had enough zoned land available in our vacant land inventory to accommodate our arena.
Right.
What we are then required to report on each year is how many units are being issued permits in each of these income categories, theoretically to build enough units to hit that arena allocation issued to us by the state.
Okay.
So our housing element does have now sufficient acreage of vacant land to fully accommodate our arena if we were to fully construct and build out the arena numbers issued to us by the state and SACOG. And then what we're reporting on is just how many units are then issued each year.
So the permit threshold, is that a relatively new way that we measure? Because, I mean, for years, we've reminded the public, we are not in the business of producing units. We don't produce the units. We issue the permits, we zone the land, and that's always been treated, my understanding as a planner, is that that's the surrogate that HCD identifies to say, aha, Sacramento County is, meeting by percentage or real numbers what has been identified per zoning, per the designation, the density that goes with any given acreage. So what am I missing?
Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive. I think you're correct. I mean, the focus oftentimes in rooms like these is the vacant land inventory, because that is where we have more full control over hitting the prescribed metrics from the state, right? We control the zoning. So you've seen in the couple years past, those rezone packages come forward to make sure we have enough vacant land to accommodate construction. But we have been reporting on these numbers for a number of years, and maybe Todd or Jacob can fill in exactly when this came into play. But as you've mentioned, we don't build housing, right? So we do zone the land, and your board has done an excellent job of rezoning properties sufficient to meet state law. But when it comes to actual construction, we do everything we can to facilitate that construction. We've had a lot of discussions in this room about the efforts we're going through along those fronts, but we can't compel developers to build things.
Right. So therefore, we shouldn't, and now I'm looking at county council, we shouldn't be penalized if the market is not responding for whatever reason, right? Like you mentioned, if we just presented the universe of residentially zoned land at various densities that are used as a measure of what the income associated with that designation would be, we'd be golden, right? But that's not the case. So help me understand then, like the next slide, which has some fairly low numbers for us, if I'm reading the bar chart correctly. So I want to understand, like for instance, the 18% and the 14%. How does that relate to the fact that what Mr. DeFonte just reminded us all? We can't compel. We can issue building permits, but that requires action or request from the private sector or nonprofits.
Yeah, so I'll add, there is no penalty, so to speak, for not constructing the units for the arena that you've been allocated. But the reason we have this here on the slide was there was an inquiry at this presentation last year to kind of see how is the county measuring up in terms of unit production in building to meet that arena that's been set compared to the other jurisdictions. So that's where we wanted to show, again, we have sufficient land, we've met all of our statutory requirements, but when we do examine the other jurisdictions in the arena that they're allocated and the percentages that they've met, we kind of wanted to give that context as to where our raw unit production kind of measures up with the rest of the region. And what we found is that it's really hard to compare, to be honest, because we look at a place like Placer County, which has a much smaller allocation. So they've actually built, and I think Lincoln as well, has built less units than the county has. But they appear to be doing much better on the arena, just percentage-wise, because the arena is so much lower despite the fact that the county is outproducing them. Again, Placer County, again, showing meeting a much higher percentage of their RHNA, but has only met 5% of their lower income RHNA in terms of units that have been built, as opposed to Sacramento County, which is higher at 14%. So it's trying to give that context and be a kind of a more relative measure instead of just looking at those raw percentages or the raw unit totals.
So these two slides and the table and the two charts here, I'm going to assume that this is really, maybe it's the title that's throwing me off on these things, but this is a measure of market response.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That to me is a very important clarification that everyone needs to understand. Is that, again, it goes back to the whole philosophy that we plan, we zone, but we don't build. So the other question I had, and I know Supervisor Hume's in the queue, probably has a good deal to say about this conversation, but what about density bonuses? How do where we identify acreage that's zoned at a particular density and therefore we kind of register that for HCD purposes, this is what we're doing, state of California, in terms of accommodating the market should the market wish to respond. How do we treat our policies around density bonuses, not necessarily as it relates to these kind of production numbers, but as the capacity, overall capacity number for various income categories? Or do we at all?
So in the most recent amendment, we did not, and it's based on the statutory requirements of how you calculate development capacity and HCD guidance in when they're reviewing your housing element, and how you can determine what your development capacity is in your housing element. And that's you can use a combination of site factors, which we found is more art than science in trying to piece together a lot of these factors, which our current housing element originally started with, because we did not have hardline minimum densities in the zoning code. And so now that we have those hardline minimum densities for the RD30 and RD40 zones, your realistic development capacity that you use for your vacant land inventory and demonstrating that you're meeting your RHNA.
So in other words,
the
state in policies, or maybe it's state law, has jurisdictions assume worst case.
Correct.
Okay. Right. All right. This helps. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the comments by my colleague. For those of us that have been in the industry, obviously this is something we can wonk out on that most people, it doesn't affect their daily lives at all, and they don't even really understand the nuances associated with it. And I appreciate the point about that we don't produce housing, but certainly regulations, fees, policies, the way our departments approach the delivery of infrastructure, all of these things can be impediments. And so if I were to take and just pull out in the plan where the Florin Vineyard Gap area, been contemplated since 1999, we are coming up on 30 years that the table has been set, the menu has been presented, and people just aren't ordering steak. And so then you have to ask yourself, why? Why are we 70% almost, 69 I think was the number, capacity still remaining in a plan that's effectively been approved for 30 years? What got in the way? And I know in the surrounding plans, Florin Vineyard and North Vineyard, it was primarily due to water and roadway infrastructure that was simply infeasible for the first person to market to put something in that's going to benefit the rest of the plan. And so therefore it just sat stagnated for decades. And we never did the self-reflection to say, what can we do to break this loose? And I appreciated the line of questioning from my colleague relative to the state and how they come up with these RHNA numbers, how they apply them, and how they can use them as cudgels for when a jurisdiction is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, which in most cases is an over delivery of above moderate and a anemic delivery of everything else, particularly low income. But when I look at the county's numbers, I mean, it's pretty anemic across the board. And so at some point, I think you have to have that self-reflection to say, what should we be doing, or what could we be doing, or is it even our place, or is it simply a function of market? You know, I don't know, but it would seem to me that when you look at the number of units that could come out of the ground that don't, that points to a bigger issue than simply markets, which are cyclical. And you know, I've long said that when you're talking about a supply and demand economy, if we were to build more housing, all housing would be more affordable. And so to kind of hang our hat on ARENA that says you have to build so much of this type, so much of that type, and so much of this other type, which is deeply subsidized, if we built more of the other types, we wouldn't have to subsidize that one. You know, and so it is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I don't mean to belabor the point other than to say that I think we need to look at these areas that just take so long to come out of the ground. And then perhaps, you know, from a vacant land inventory, it's time to cut bait and say this obviously is not going to develop in the way we imagined. What else should we be looking at? I don't know. But I appreciate these discussions because they're kind of a self-reflection and a reality check of whether or not the best laid plans are coming to be or not. And so I think it's worth looking at. Thank you.
Can I just get clarification on something? So we look at the percent of lower income RENA met in 2024, and is it my understanding that to build the extremely low, very low, and lower housing is cost?
Absolutely.
Is that one of like the major challenges in getting them? I mean, because we have them zoned, but we just don't have the developers that can come in and produce the housing at a cost that is going to be beneficial to them.
Yeah, affordable housing development is extremely expensive. And so therefore it needs deep subsidies, which typically come from administered at the county level, even though there might be some state and federal sources. But on top of the regular development costs that a market rate developer would have, there's additional costs with monitoring, with services that might need to be provided on site, additional management and staff that have to be present on site to administer those services. And those all contribute more to a heightened development cost for affordable housing projects. And so I think it was online. I was looking at it the other day. SHRA's most recent pre-application results came back, and they were already over-encumbered. They received more applications for funding than they were able to give out. And that shows that the developers are there, the land is there, but the development costs to build affordable housing is just astronomical.
And the tax credits aren't there.
Yeah.
Right.
So, you know, as we, you know, I sit on the community resource team for that's going to cap, and to me, like, this seems like one of the biggest asks that we can ask in support of, you know, to the feds, to the state, wherever, is to be able to, but I know that the demand is huge to every single jurisdiction, not just that county. But I think that I think that is probably one of the greatest opportunities we have, is to be able to ask the support to be able to build some of this extremely low and very low housing, so that developers can come in and produce the housing. Because, you know, the one on Beach Street is in my district, and I watched it go up, and it's incredibly beautiful, and 29 individuals were able to get into that unit, and so it's something that keeps, you know, something I keep thinking about.
Certainly, and I will say that the county is doing kind of with everything within our control to lower those development costs. So I think I'm touching on this on the next slide, but the impact fee offset program, which the board approved last year, is going to be offsetting the impact fees that the county controls. We're looking at fee waivers where we can, reducing fees on the application side and planning. We're going to be evaluating some of these different ordinances that provide funding to affordable housing projects. So where we can, we are trying to close that cost gap. But as you said, it is an issue that needs more funding and more attention, I think, at the state and federal level to really provide all of the funding that's needed to fund all the projects that are out there, that are entitled and are waiting. But local jurisdictions just can't necessarily brunt the full burden to fund those projects.
Now I really want to see the next slide.
Okay, so this slide here is kind kind of a summary of the housing element programs that we've been working on in the last year, and some that were completed in the previous year. So, as you recall, last month, most of the work was done in 2025, so we're including it here, but it was adopted by this board last month with a housing element amendment to formally incorporate that countywide rezone program into our housing element to finally kind of satisfy the vacant land inventory, going back to the discussion we just had. The impact fee offset program, as I just mentioned, was also adopted last year. We've done a lot of work on pre-application meeting subsidies, so not only subsidizing those for affordable developers, but also some process improvements through our development process improvement initiative to increase the frequency and volume of pre-application meetings that are available to developers each month, so greatly reducing those wait times for all applicants to get a pre-application meeting, and then also waiving planning fees for those pre-application meetings for affordable developers, so we can get them in quicker and don't have that extra hassle of that fee.
One moment. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Sorry to keep on interrupting, and you may have just beat me to the punch here, but in terms of the things that we can control, you've mentioned process a few times in your last breath here. Are we actually measuring hopefully the reduction in time it takes to get permitted? Because most both private and nonprofit builders have a cost to carry, and with every passing day, you don't have a building permit or a certificate of occupancy. At some point, they want to realize their return on investment. So are we measuring kind of the reduction of the time it takes to get to those points, since those are the points that we're actually using as the threshold moments of the aha moment, like we have a unit at this income category. So how are we measuring the time is my question.
I'll speak from personal experience when I was actually looking at just last week, and then I'll probably throw this question over to Dave and Todd, who can speak more on the initiative as a whole. This is a specific example, but on the ADUs, since the county adopted shelf-ready ADUs, we were looking at some permit processing timelines just yesterday, actually, as we're gearing up to reapply for our pro-housing designation. And I was finding ADU turnaround times are within 1 month, 1 to 2 months, if there's no resubmittals or errors that need corrected. At least in this arbitrary example that I'm giving right now, that HCD on this application, they want to see processing times for a lot of building permits to be within 4 months. And so at least on the ADU front, in that one process improvement example, we are seeing a really significantly reduced timelines there. But as for a whole, in the wider development process initiative, I'll probably have to turn to Dave for that question.
Sure, and I'll actually be back in front of your board hopefully next month with a more full update on all things development process improvement initiative. But to that specific question, that is what we are looking for out of Acela. So Acela is our sort of master software system that controls all things development in the county. And the way it was set up 20 years ago really just doesn't allow for tracking in the manner that you're speaking to today and what we want to see. So we are wholesale retooling Acela right now, and we've made a ton of progress, but that's not going to be complete for probably about another year. Hopefully a little bit less than that. But the way we're setting it up now, which again probably should have been done this way from the get-go, will allow for that level of tracking so you can see every part of the process and eke out that kind of information to see not just the planning phase, but planning, improvement plans, building permits, the whole life of a project, and understand where we're hitting timelines and where we're not. But in the interim, we are tracking in a more sort of ad hoc basis, and we're making improvements to make sure that we're compressing those timelines as much as possible. We're parallel processing things that used to be done sequentially. We're doing things like with improvement plans. After the second round of comments are issued to the applicant, we're calling them and saying, hey, do you want to sit down and walk through these comments, right? To avoid that, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh round of comments back and forth. So we're doing a lot right now. We just don't have the right system in place to track the way that we want to, but that's where we're going this year.
And thank you for the response, David. I thought too, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when you rejoined Sacramento County, it was one of the first observations I think you shared with us is the fact that Acela was just kind of, I mean, on any given day, any given cubicle, you might have one person that really understands it, uses it religiously, go to the next cubicle or office, and it's completely ignored. So, I mean, there's kind of a culture around the use of that platform. Is that, and the training, obviously, that comes with it. So is that part of this entire initiative, is to just kind of, get our planners, get our building folks accustomed to using a common platform, and it's not going to be treated differently person to person or department to department?
Yeah, a couple things on that. One, I think one of the things we're trying to address, and this was true 20 years ago when I was in his shoes, I knew my job extremely well, right? I did not know what came after me very well. So we're really trying to address, I'll just call it cross-training for lack of a better term, but having everybody involved in the development realm understanding the entirety of the process to at least some degree, right? And that comes to play in Acela as well, where we're setting up the system where, people are being involved in other aspects of the life of an application that may not have been before. If you're in planning, you deal with planning, and then it just sort of falls off a cliff and it's never to be seen again. At least that was my experience way back when. We're putting systems in place to address that. I'll say on the Acela front, from a more technical perspective, last year, we really had to shift focus to migrating to the cloud. We had hoped to do more of this sort of deep work in Acela last year to sort of change the way we're using it. We had to slow that a bit as we migrated from our on-premises system to a cloud-based system, which will provide a ton of benefit. We're going to be seeing, hopefully very soon here, a new interface for applicants, so they'll have a much better sort of window into the system from their perspective. And we also get routine updates. I think, a couple years ago, I told the board we were on version, I think it was 7 when version 22 was out at the time. So we're not going to be in that place anymore, because since you're on the cloud, those updates just come, right? I think it's every 6 months or whatever the cadence is. Last year, we did wholesale change to building permits, and we migrated that Acela module to sort of the new way of doing business. And now we're working on other modules, SIPs in county engineering, planning, construction management, et cetera. So that's the work to be done this year. So everybody's working in the new system, and the pieces of the process are now all talking to each other, whereas right now it's kind of set up in a more siloed fashion. It's really complicated work, though, and we set up a whole new governance structure where we have a Acela steering committee. I'm on that, as well as others. We have a solutions group, and then we have a whole nother realm of people actually doing the improvements to each of the modules, and that work sort of rolls up to the steering committee, where those are representatives from each of the departments and divisions kind of working through issues to make sure that when we'll just use, for example, planning's Acela module is set up, that it works well for all the other divisions and departments. We don't want to set them up in silos. They need to speak to all the users, which again, cross divisions and departments.
Thank you for that, David. I would hope, too, that some part of that narrative gets communicated either formally or informally to HCD, bringing this back to kind of the guts of what the presentation is, because I think it's important that the state understand that Sacramento County is taking very clear steps to affect process, affect the understanding of those that are in the permitting business, that we're, in the pursuit, kind of constant pursuit of a more efficient process department to department to get the planned housing into produced housing, right?
Absolutely. And I think what was mentioned before, we were awarded the pro housing designation before, so there is some level of recognition there. We're going after it again. I have full confidence we'll get it again. But I take your point well. We'll definitely push out that messaging to the state as much as possible, and also out to the community. And again, we'll be back in another month or so with that more full-fledged update for you as to all the things we've been working on in the last year and all the things we have teed up for this year.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I apologize for kind of beleaguering this subject, but some of us do wonk out on it. And it is complex complicated, and it does involve multiple departments. And I just want to point out, because my family was in the land development business, I have institutional memory that a guy my age shouldn't have, because I've heard the stories my whole life of walking into the county with your plans under your arm, and you go from counter to counter to counter to counter, and you get your approvals and you walk out. And so technology isn't always the answer. Sometimes, as we see, it's the impediment. But the other piece of that is the quote-unquote standards. And so when things move through department to department, in the department you have 3 weeks to turn it around, well, guess how long it takes to turn it around then? 3 weeks. And so when you tell me that a shelf-ready ADU has a 1-month processing time, I kind of pull my hair out a little bit and I go, what in the heck do we have to study? It's an ADU that's going on a developed parcel. It's a shelf-ready plan that we've already signed off and said is okay. And so, I think we get in our own way sometimes, which was the point I was trying to make earlier, relative to our sign-offs and our own regulations. And some of it, I get it, is the human need to sort of justify that we're doing our work and show that we are actually scrutinizing. And so when I was on the Elk Grove City Council, we implemented a program that was referred to as Permit Simplicity, which essentially we would accept the engineers or architects stamp as that they knew what they were doing. They would take it at risk and go off, and then if an inspector found something, it was on them if it didn't comply with standards. And so, as we go through this, and I know this is stuff that you're working on, Dave, and I just, if we can go back to sort of the idea that we want to turn things around so that then it does become simply a market decision, that we're not standing in the way. I think that's what I take away. Again,
and if I may chime in, that is absolutely our attitude. One complicating factor with the county as compared to, say, Roseville, is we control a part of the process, a good chunk of the process, but we also have 25 different water purveyors, a host of different park districts, fire districts, et cetera, that aren't in, we are sort of the liaison and the chief herder of cats relative to that process, but we're not necessarily in control. So that is a complication, and why, again, sort of a preview as to what you're going to be hearing next month. But we've spent the first few years here in this process and culture improvement initiative focused on our own house. And that focus isn't going to change, but what we're starting to do now is really branching out to others and bringing our partner agencies into the fold, and not only letting them know what we're working on, but inviting them to the party, basically, right? And making sure that they understand what we're doing and helping bring them on board with what we're trying to achieve here as well. So those park districts, fire districts, I think you saw it with Metro Fire here a couple months ago with their code amendments, were very much aligned with what we're trying to achieve here. So that's sort of a case study in what we want to be doing with other partner agencies and organizations.
Okay. All right, well, I won't linger on this slide too much longer, but with the exception of Title 22, which was also, the update was adopted last year, the other programs mentioned on this slide were initiated last year, and we're hoping to bring them forward for likely a workshop with this board either later this year or earlier next year. Okay, real quick, this is just a bit of a summary of some grant awards and funding that planning received in particular over in the previous year, which includes $2.7 million in federal funding for planning level activities, including in infrastructure needs assessments on the Watt Avenue and Stockton Boulevard corridors, and pursuing an adaptive reuse ordinance in the county to make multifamily housing by right in our office zone, and trying to remove as many barriers to adaptive reuse and housing conversion projects as we can, as those projects can often be particularly challenging for builders. We also received over $4.6 million in state funding, which goes to a wide variety of programs that directly subsidize affordable housing, down payment assistance for low-income home buyers, and operating subsidies for county shelters. Right, on this slide here, which in the interest of time, we've got a bit more to go through, so I'm going to try and go a little quicker. On this slide here, we just have a list of projects that we felt were exemplary of a lot of the things we've been talking about. Some of these programs in our housing element that have been implemented, that we're seeing some effect, these funding mechanisms that have been put in place by the board, and we're continuing to evaluate. And these projects are the evidence of that work. The San Juan Apartments is, as the board is very familiar at this point, is over 180 units of affordable housing and was provided over $14 million in gap financing through various county programs and funding sources. Madison Square Studios, which I mentioned earlier, is a home key project. It's a home key conversion project, which is going to provide a large influx of extremely low income units in the Foothill Farms community. Olson Street, Parktown Circle, and Ingle Road are all adaptive reuse or conversion projects, which we actually have seen an uptick in entitlement applications in this previous year. And planning staff has worked hard to kind of get those projects through the process, work through the various issues that always come up with adaptive reuse projects, and make it so they get their entitlements and they can keep those projects moving forward. And then lastly, we have here is Beach Hill, which the chair brought up earlier, which is a ground-up affordable housing project that also received gap financing from the county.
Can you just clarify one thing when you talk about gap financing? Is that gap financing the county's funding or through SHRA?
It is the county's funding administered by SHRA.
Okay.
I guess is the best way to phrase that. So typically projects that do receive, county projects that receive financing from SHRA come from county sources, which is the Affordable Housing Ordinance and the Housing Trust Fund. PLHA, which I mentioned on the previous slide, which is a state funding source that is given to the county and then administered. And then I think the last one is HOME, which is a federal source as well.
Thank you.
Okay, this slide here is not RHNA production. It's more trying to provide a more holistic and contextual view of affordable housing that's in the pipeline with the county right now. Reporting raw RHNA numbers in our housing APR can oftentimes be, I think, a bit limiting. Again, we just show those issued building permits every year, but don't really give the full scope of the housing that's moving through the development process at the county, from initial submittal to building permit and then construction. So we wanted to include this slide here to give a bit more context into all of the affordable housing that's touched the development process in some way in this previous year. To show that there's a lot more affordable housing that is still in the pipeline that just hasn't been reported in our APR yet. So, but to show that these programs, the funding that we're providing, they are working. We always need to do more. There needs to be more funding. We need to identify more barriers. But we have made progress in implementing our housing element, and it is having an effect with our developers.
And I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to clarify. This is just unincorporated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've mainly talked about our affordable housing and largely in housing projects that we would describe as infill, but there are other growth strategies identified in the general plan, which are our master plans and our planned communities. So we just wanted to touch on those very quickly before we move on to the work plan. So last year, the West Jackson Highway Master Plan was approved in June of 2025, and 2 new plans were newly initiated and rebranded, which is the Providence Specific Plan and the Grand Park Trails Specific Plan, which were both initiated in early last year. County's also seeing growth in our planned communities, where we have over 70,000 kind of projected units approved through those master plans, and still have, I think, a little over 54,000 in remaining capacity once the market is kind of ready to come in and build in those master plan areas. So beyond all of the work we need to put in to make infill work, we do still have a lot of capacity and land ready for those new growth areas. And a lot more information on our master plan build out and the status of those projects is included in the report. All right, very quickly is our work plan for planning, and our general plan implementation is a long list for this year. So I'm going to hit on 1 or 2 in each category. So on the housing front, we're planning to bring a workshop to this board to discuss a potential update to the Affordable Housing Ordinance, and that will be later this year. On infill, we're continuing to meet with our Infill Developer Council, which is going to inform projects such as the North Watt Avenue Specific Plan in North Highlands. On the CAP front, we are close to completing a tree canopy analysis for our EJ communities, which is going to directly feed into our urban forest management plan. And so we're excited to share that work here this year. On environmental justice, we're going to be hopefully revamping and proposing a more robust outreach strategy, so that way we don't just have one stakeholder meeting each year. Maybe we can get those on a more regular basis. We also have continuing to coordinate with the Air District on the SERP and the AB 617 community, and really also ramping up the Blue Pit from Belonging community outreach project in North Highlands. And then on the legislation front, for our AB 98 work, we're hoping to having our baseline modeling for our truck routes completed here shortly. And then we're going to be beginning our community engagement and have some potential truck route options and alternatives by the end of this year for AB 98 compliance. On the zoning code front, this is going to be our most productive zoning code year, I guess, where we have numerous zoning code amendments proposed for this year, which the board will anticipate seeing each and every one of these. So almost done, I promise. All of the activities, all of the projects, everything we've talked about here today do require significant funding and resources. So some of the cost of this work and this general plan implementation is recovered through a long-range planning fee on building permits. And an upcoming community development fee update is going to evaluate this fee and this projected workload that we've shared. However, even with a potential increased fee, additional resources are necessary to fully implement the general plan as written, complete these mandated element-specific updates that are mandated by the state, and for eventually a comprehensive general plan update. So in future years, we're going to need to do several full element updates, including the housing element and the environmental justice element here shortly, and to fully implement our CAP. And it's anticipated these efforts are going to cost somewhere between $7 and $10 million. Okay, lastly, recommendations. Staff recommends the board receives and file the 2025 annual report, direct staff to submit the annual report to LCI and HCD, and direct staff to proceed with our implementation of the general plan and with the work program as outlined in the annual report. Thank you, and staff are available for any remaining questions.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. There are no questions in the queue. Any requests to speak from the public?
None.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Second. All right, please vote. All right, well,
So
again, thank you for the presentation.
Passes 5-0.
All right, next item.
Our next item is 39, the fiscal year 2025-26 quarter 2 Sacramento Welcome Home presentation report, and approve the SWH policy, compliance and grievance policy for the Sacramento Welcome Home. For this item, the board will also be acting as the Welcome Home Board of Directors.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. I'm Shelby Boston, your Director of the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share our required quarter 2 report related to the Sacramento County Welcome Homes. And just a reminder, we are required by CCL to provide this report every quarter to the board as you act as the board of directors. Just like in our past meetings and reports, we will be discussing 4 required components of reporting to this board, and we will also be sharing out our placement capacity expansion work. We are in the quarter 2 today, and as you'll see here, we are at $2.6 million expended, and our highest category of funding, as no surprise, is our staffing costs, followed by operating costs and contracted services, and then operating costs. Costs are right on target as we expect. We are also required to report out on staff training. As you'll see here, there were multiple trainings provided, including emergency disaster response, prudent parent training, the incident reporting, as well as the runaway plan and mandated reporter training. This all goes training for our staff. In the future quarter, we will be providing the therapeutic crisis intervention training, refresher and makeup, as well as CPR and training related to the specialized needs of children in transition. Today, as well as receiving the report, we are also requesting that you approve a new policy, and that is the complaint and grievance policy for the Sacramento Welcome Homes. We also have 3 policies that are in progress at different parts of the approval process, which includes meet and confer and county council review. Those include engagement of supervisor standards, the House expectations and procedures, and as it relates to electronic policy agreement, and our search and confiscation of prohibited items policy. Moving into our demographic data, between October and December, we served 84 unduplicated youth. In comparison, in quarter 1 of 25-26, there were 107 unduplicated youth served. We continue to see more females being served than males in our welcome homes, and we remain static at 56% of children served at the welcome homes are of color. 19 of 84, or 23% of the youth served, were also involved with probation in an informal manner. The average daily census is 9 youth across all of the Sacramento welcome homes, and the average age of those youth is 13 and a half years of age. Our discharge data. There were 115 discharges this quarter. Some of those youth were duplicated, and in comparison, there were 160 for quarter 1 of the same year. Of all of those discharges, 86 were to a new placement or another placement, and that could have been with their parent, with a relative, with another TSCF. We had 8 youth that were taken to the youth detention facility, 1 was hospitalized, and the remainder, 20, were for unauthorized absences. And just a reminder that when a youth leaves a welcome home after 24 hours, we discharge them. Moving into our incident report data, this slide shows that during quarter 2, we reported 334 incidents. These are reported to the state's community care licensing as required. And you'll see here that we had 240 of those incidents were related to unauthorized absences. And you'll see a correlating number there with law enforcement. So anytime we report an unauthorized absence, we also need to report that absence to law enforcement. In addition, we had 13 other incidents that involved law enforcement last quarter, and those included altercations with youth amongst one another, evaluations for a 5150 for psych evaluation, etc. So just a reminder, our placement capacity expansion progress, we are really focused on expansion of how many variety of placement options we have to serve the youth that come into CPS's purview. We have continued to do outstanding work and growth here. And in addition to expanding our capacity, we're also seeing simultaneously increased number of children being placed with KEN. So in just 1 year that we were able to increase from 21% of children being placed with their relatives or next of kin all the way to 42%, which is quite outstanding and difficult work to accomplish. Simultaneously, we are also seeing the number of youth and children coming into foster care on a continued decline, which is also great. We want to see children stay at home safely whenever possible. So as of February 1st, we had a total of 868 youth in foster care here in Sacramento County. This next slide just shows where we sit with our capacity expansion work and where our goal is. So we currently have 64, and we hope to be at 105. We are making very steady, positive progress in this area. We've had 2 new providers come into Sacramento County. They are both at different stages of increasing their capacity in their facilities. They have already purchased homes. They're still looking for additional homes, and so we are well on track. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
There are no questions in the queue. Any requests to speak on this item?
Not on this item.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. All right, well, that wraps up our morning.
I believe there's an adopt and attach resolution
Okay.
on this item.
Yes. All right. I will entertain a motion. All right, please vote. Now that
Unanimously
that
5-0.
concludes our morning. All right, we will now adjourn to closed session and return at 2 p.m. I don't know if I need to use. Good afternoon, everyone. We will now resume the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, March 24th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Kennedy, absent at the moment.
Running this late.
Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Hume.
Here.
Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Right. Well, we'll go with the next item.
The next item on our agenda is number 40, the 2026 Illegal Fireworks Strategic Plan presentation and introduction of an amendment to fireworks ordinance to increase penalties, waiving the full reading and continue to April 7th, 2026 for adoption.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive of Public Safety and Justice Agency. I'm going to give just a brief overview, and then we will go right into presentations by these four entities, right? The Sheriff's Office, Code Enforcement, Metro Fire, as well as Public Information Office, to address some of the questions that came up before, as well as give you an overview as to what's occurring for our strategic plan for 2026. So as directed back at the board meeting in November 18th of 2025, the Office of the County Executive coordinated with the countywide team, and the team is here on this slide, to bring forth today a proposed ordinance revisions to address penalties and fines. And then other key takeaways you will hear regard enhanced department and agency cooperation and some changes in messaging and communication with a focus on enforcement. So again, you'll have these four presentations. I did want to discuss two factors before we get into the presentations. The first was there were questions from the board about grants. Is the county seeking grants to maybe help us both on a proactive and reactive end of enforcing illegal fireworks? So we are working with TFG to identify possible grants or other funding opportunities to assist with fireworks public safety, as well as for prevention and enforcement, as mentioned. And some of those are through Department of Justice, some are through FEMA, and some are through CAL FIRE. So each department will be exploring that more. Also, a recap of the ordinance that you have in your agenda item. We proposed revisions to Sacramento County Code 4.54.430 and working with Code Enforcement and County Council. And these changes allow for penalties for each illegal firework or unauthorized use of a safe and sane firework. Further research into other jurisdictions revealed heavy penalties were issued through per device penalties, not a stated large penalty. It's drafted with this purpose in mind, and we do have a county council that might be able to answer some of those questions if you have some about the ordinance drafting. Another change also you hear about is that notice can now be mailed and does not need to be posted at the location of the violation. That's for code enforcement, so that'll help them with that end. Again, the changes allow penalties for each illegal firework or unauthorized use of a safe and sane firework, and that is each device can be charged separately, $1,000 for each dangerous firework or unauthorized use, $2,500 for each dangerous firework or unauthorized use for subsequent violations within 1 year of the first violation, $5,000 for each dangerous firework or unauthorized use for additional violations within 1 year of the first violation, and then $10,000 for each dangerous firework or unauthorized use which occurs within the American River Parkway or any park. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our first presentation, which will be the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Chuck Fowl, and this is my partner, Lieutenant Jeff Finch. I'm the Assistant Commander of the Sheriff's North Division. Unfortunately, Commander Captain Homan couldn't make it today, so our Operations Commander, Lieutenant Finch, will be stepping in. I'm going to be covering the illegal fireworks response operation that's going to commence on July 3rd and go till July 5th. So, next slide. Next slide. Okay, so simply put, our approach is going to be a deterrent first with a unified operations command with a technology embedded enforcement component. The hotspots will mainly focus on the Antelope community, Orangeville, and specifically the Greenback and Maine area. In reviewing our after action from the 2025 plan, why we're making these changes into 2026 was the key challenges that we observed was the hotspot crowd conditions. Essentially, we were overwhelmed to certain aspects with street blockages and limited response to access to certain areas. The firework activity exceeded our available resources during the peak hours, which were from 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Also, the high call volume really constrained our 911 answering services as well. So addressing those coordination gaps between law enforcement, fire, and code enforcement prompted the changes that we're making this year. But what we did found out that worked was the integrated resources that we did employ, and that was Sheriff's Department, North Patrol Specialty Units, along with our drone and scout units, along with the Sheriff's EOD. Drone documentation obviously strengthened our enforcement capabilities with working with code enforcement to where we're actually able to cite 9 violators, and those residences were documented due to the drone capabilities. And then the overall safety outcome was no serious injuries or major property damages from the 2025 plan. But as I said, with those gaps and given the resources that we had, we realized that we needed to shift more towards a deterrent and enforcement capacity. So moving forward with the stated mission for the 2026 operation will be conduct a countywide fireworks operation that deter illegal fireworks through visible deterrence, disruption, and swift enforcement actions while ensuring responder and community safety. So again, shifting from a response only to a deterrent enforcement posture. The main components will be the drones and the evidence capture. Obviously, us partnering with CHP and having a mobile field force component to be able to address the hotspot or the crowd control issues. We still want to be able to measure the success, hopefully what we will experience in 2026, and those measurables will be to lower peak hour of the firework intensity in hotspot zones, faster observing of the violations, and be able to take action on those violations through arrest, citation, and the penalty assessment through the evidence collection. Fewer crowd control access blockages with the mobile field force and CHP partnership, and then the approved 911 answering performance by reducing the demand and triage as those calls come in. And obviously zero injuries and fewer fire or any attacks on any personnel. Objectives and strategies. Again, I could go through all these, but as you can see, we clearly are going to a deter and enforcement strategy versus a response only. Next slide, please. This is a big part of the success of that will be a unified command coordination with our partners. The Sheriff's Office will head up the field enforcement and crowd control component with it. With the important partnership with our probation, Sac Metro Fire, and County Code Enforcement, along with CHP. We also are going to draw in another partner that's going to help us with some of the school sites, which will be the Twin Rivers School District is going to be another partnering agency with us. The unified command model, the plan is to have basically 2 command posts set up, one in the Antelope area and one in the Orangeville area, which will be able to effectively communicate real time to be able to effectively dispatch needed resources. That second command post, again, that will be in the Orangeville area. The real-time shared communication will be key. That will be allow us to effectively dispatch in more of a timely manner in hopes to be able to prevent things before we allow them to get big and yet out of control like what we saw last year. Next slide. So a phased operational outline is what we're employing. So again, we're going to go into a 4-phase. Beginning in mid-January, that's when the big planning, training, and hotspot map will be developed. We'll be able to intelligently identify the true hotspots. Once we do that, then we're going to go into the first phase, which is going to be a strong messaging campaign that is going to deter people to know the fact that accountability will be a big part of our approach this year. Then phase 2 will be the deterrence and crime enforcement part of that. That's going to be the day of, or the day before, day of, and the day after. And then finally, ending the operation will be the follow-up enforcement, mainly managed through our investigative units with code enforcement and then some Sheriff's Department assets to make sure that we're making good on those fines and violations. And then finally, the 4th phase will be an after-action report to actually be able to measure to see how successful this shift in operations will be. Next.
Chair?
Supervisor Serna, one moment.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt your flow, Lieutenant, but wanted to catch you with the previous slide. I don't know if you can go back.
Let's go back.
Thank you. So for this year, if I heard you correctly, you will have the field operations deployed and managed in two areas, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's based on what you learned last year in terms of the hotspots last year?
Correct.
Okay, so the first milestone here, plan, train, hotspot, map. If we had, for instance, a notable comparative relative hotspot that was in the south part of the unincorporated county, obviously the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department, would that mean that in 2027 or even sooner, you could have those operations managed, one in the south, based on, again, what we all observed, and one in the north? The reason I'm kind of going down this path is that generally, correct me if I'm wrong, sheriff's operations patrol are kind of generally divided into north and south, are they not?
They are.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I was just kind of curious because I think we can all agree that illegal fireworks are kind of ubiquitous, right? Especially on 4th of July. It's just you kind of just open a window, open a door, and it's in your face. Mm-hmm. Now, having said that, of course, what we saw last year was just beyond unacceptable. But I guess where I'm going with this is that based on what we kind of continually learn, those bases for operation could shift year to year. Is there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There's actually even the flexibility that if another hotspot were to emerge that we would be able to identify as being a major one, we could shift resources to address that as well.
Gotcha.
And the partnership that we have, obviously, with our South Patrol Division, this would be able to travel, countywide if need be.
Gotcha.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you.
So moving into the resources and capabilities, the big change again from last year was just the rapid response that we will be able to provide given to those hotspots. And again, that's going to require additional resources that we didn't have last year. So again, overtime funded would be an additional 12 positions for those actual rapid response teams. And then if need be, would be a overtime funded mobile field force, a full platoon if need be. I feel very confident if we get out the messaging campaign that we plan to do, and with the early detection of our hotspots and the early deterrence, I'm confident we wouldn't even need to fully immobilize a full mobile field force platoon. But just in case we will have it available to us. And then again, having the embedded code enforcement officer with our drone teams, that's going to really be able to make good on those identifiable fines. And then moving into our dispatch, we're going to be able to bolster whatever resources we need in lieu, and knowing what those main hours of operations are. And then obviously there are other resources of our EOD response. Technological and equipment, expanded drone fleet, which we have on board. Streamlined evidence processing, which we will have on board to be able to streamline drone footage, body cam footage if we need be, if we respond to a hotspot. All that evidence gathering will be streamlined and much more made available to our code partners so that we can make good on that. Camera trailer technology, that's going to be a huge one. We have quite a few of those that we plan to deploy into those hotspot areas that are going to be great for documentation of crimes, but I also feel, again, they're going to serve as a strong deterrent as well. Next slide. Metrics requested board support. Again, I am confident with the given shift in this plan, if we have the added resources, that the enforcement outcomes are really going to drive down the illegal firework usage. That's going to be through arrests, citation, penalties, and seizures. What I do want to, I'm going to kind of go off script here with what we have on board is investigative tools. We're going to have, I don't want to give up too much of the specifics of our operation, but we are going to employ much more early onset of investigations to try to disrupt any illegal hubs or distribution that's going to happen beforehand. So I feel, again, us taking a very early proactive approach will produce upfront dividends that I think we're going to see. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the overtime surge funding, and I noticed in a previous slide, I think you also had some reference to, the 12 and the 44 positions. Is that something that, and I don't know if you're privy to this or not, but is that something that should the board, our board, agree that this is the right thing to do? Is that going to appear somewhere in the sheriff's recommended budget for the department? And we're coming up on budget season, so I'm just curious, is that something that at least the CEO's office would see as a line item? Should we all agree that this is the right thing to do at the right time?
That would, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Cernas. So yes, the sheriff's office will be managing their overtime budget for the year as they see fit. I do not believe I saw it as a growth request for the sheriff's office for this upcoming budget hearing, but we're still going through all the growth requests from all the departments.
Yeah. No, that helps, because I think it's important that I think, Lieutenant, you're honestly telling us, okay, board, if you agree with us, this is what we want to do. Obviously, it comes with some cost. I'm just trying to think here in middle part of March, looking towards June, fast approaching, how we might see that identified in the recommended budget from the department. That's all. I just wanted to kind of understand this in the context of whether or not it's a growth request, or internally is the sheriff trying to manage things with kind of the general understanding that this is going to be a difficult a budget year, and that would somehow find itself a priority within what he's recommending.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had discussions whether this was going to be a growth request or if this was just something we were going to try to manage with our current overtime budget. And I noticed there was also the thought that this potentially could be a cost-effective type of operation too, right? If we make good on a lot of these fines, it almost could essentially pay for itself to some degree. So that's something we'll have to, once it gets closer, we'll have to iron that out.
Thank you.
Next. So again, going into just how we're going to measure this, I think we covered that. We'll go to the next slide. Okay. With that being said, is there any questions or clarifying as far as the shift in the operations, what resources we plan to use, and how we're going to deploy those?
Oh, Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Fowle. Appreciate all your work the Sheriff's Office has put into this with all the other stakeholders. And I appreciate Chief Warren's involvement as well. Please pass that along to him. You know, he and I have had a lot of discussions about illegal fireworks and kind of the impact in the communities. I appreciate Supervisor Cerna asking the questions about the command post, because I had the same question. Obviously, you know, you're the Carmichael and Arden Arcade area, and you're going to have these in Orangevale and Antelope, but I know you can. That doesn't mean that's where all the resources are going to be at that command post, obviously. And also appreciate. I was going to ask a question specifically about some of your efforts in the run-up to July 3rd. I mean, you will be doing some efforts to try to interdict, I would imagine, some illegal fireworks coming into the community like you've done in the past.
Yes.
Without giving me too much detail.
There's a lot in the first part of the prep, even before we get close to that. Identifying repeat offenders, getting the word out as far as who were our repeat offenders, making contact with them, ensuring, for lack of a better term, they're going to be put on notice that the type of activity that was allowed to happen last year is going to be deterred big time by the different operation plan that we're going to have in place.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And then in terms of the 9, I think you mentioned 9 individuals who you took enforcement action against. Is that what was it, 9? Maybe this is more for Kim if she's going to be talking, but I just think we need to make sure that message gets out there. I mean, people need to see on the media that others have been held accountable with very strict fines and criminal sanctions against them as a result of using illegal fireworks, selling illegal fireworks, whatever it is. So hopefully, is that part of our PR campaign?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I hope it is. Okay, all right.
And then leading up to some of the investigative, techniques that we're going to employ, I'm confident we're going to be able to put together some cases that we can publicize to allow people know that we are taking this seriously. And so I'm pretty excited about that.
Good. We need to see some perp walks with illegal fireworks. I think that would be effective. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Fowle, I will save my comments till the end, but I just want to say that I appreciate you attending my community meetings. I know we have Antelope still in about a week or so, or sometime this week. But the residents really appreciate the effort that you're putting into the 2 areas that were most impacted last year, that were hugely impacted, where crime was, was turned to our public safety personnel. And so our residents are really appreciative of the work that you're doing and the effort that you're making to reduce the impacts of the areas that were greatly impacted last year.
I appreciate the confidence you all put in me and our command staff, because I do take ownership in this, because I coordinated it last year given the resources, and I know that the community expects a much different approach to it. And I feel confident with your guys' support and allowing me to coordinate this that we'll give them a much better response. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Amy Nygren, Fire Marshal for Metro Fire. I'm just going to review some of the challenges. You've already heard Orangevale and Antelope as 2 hotspots. It's not just hotspots from 2025. Those 2 areas have been an issue for multiple years. So we see that uptake in that response in those areas and where we need a lot of help. Also, fireworks being used against first responders was a challenge last year and multiple years in those areas. And when I say first responders, it's fire, it's medical aids, it's also the Sheriff's Department. They also have those fireworks used against them. What went well is our UAV and the social host. We were able to submit 14 citations last year through code enforcement. And then our public fireworks displays, it's a great opportunity for families to leave the fireworks to the professionals, go to the shows, and be in a safe environment. Next slide, please. Oh, I have it. Okay. There we go. 2026 priorities, always emergency response and medical aids that our first responders have to handle. Our public fireworks displays, our retail fireworks booth inspections, origin and cause investigations. Between the 3rd and the 5th, we have our whole team out there for investigations, and they're moving in teams and pairs. Public education and outreach, Kim and her team do a great job, and we coordinate that effort throughout the county and outlying county areas so that we're all providing the same information and the same message. UAV operations, we've already started the conversation with code enforcement and how we can help partner there, but also with the Sheriff's Department and provide them safe locations at some of our stations. Some of those specific plans won't be made public just for the safety of the operation and the safety of the operators. And then collaboration with law enforcement for the safety of the personnel when they're responding to incidents. We've already collaborated with the Sheriff's Department. Super thankful for all the efforts they're putting in to help protect our crews when they're responding. The last one here, advocating as a representative on the State Fire Marshal Advisory Committee, as well as the Public Safety Fireworks Task Force, is huge for me. It gives a voice not only to Sacramento County and my agency, but the entire state for the problems that we're seeing here and how we can make it better. So I continue to advocate there every meeting that we have. With that, I'll take any questions.
No questions right
Excellent. Code enforcement next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mike Sanchez with Sacramento County Code Enforcement, and I'll be discussing this year's fireworks enforcement plan from a code enforcement perspective. So the first two key factors highlighted this year pertain to the ordinance. We hope to change the language from $1,000 per violation to $1,000 per device. This will allow for increased penalties and enforcement and to hold violators a little more accountable, as well as including an update that will enable us to mail penalties rather than mail and post them to the property. This will also increase efficiency and save time as a whole. And then we're also looking into implementing a new reporting process, which will potentially go through 311 as suggested. This would make reporting easier in every aspect. And then I'll circle back to this a little later in my presentation as well.
Just a quick question on those two. Mm-hmm. So the $1,000 per device would be to the homeowner, correct?
So to the violator, either or. So technically the first line of enforcement would be to the violator. Whoever's lighting off the fireworks, that is who we want to hold accountable. There are opportunities to when somebody lights off fireworks on a property. If we cannot figure out who the violator is or that information is withheld, we do have the ability to hold the property owner accountable, and that's on a county level.
Mm-hmm. And then on the enforcement reporting, some of the questions that came up during my community meetings were, is it going to be confidential? So
Yes.
that if somebody submits a what do you call those? Public records request, are they going to be able to are they going to disclose who submitted that information? So it will be confidential.
So it will be confidential. Anything through 311, any reports, they are confidential. We do ask the public or any reporters to provide us information so that we can follow up and conduct our investigation, but their information will be held confidential.
Thank you.
So for enforcement, we have a three-pronged approach. Proactive. We will be mailing notices to previously reported residences as well as businesses located in problem hotspots. With the help of the county PIO, a media push will also be made to deter violators and encourage reporting. Second is reactive. On the night of the 4th, as discussed by the Sheriff's Office, we're looking to run a joint operation and document violations in real time. This will potentially be on foot and through drone personnel. And then follow-up, code will take responsibility to respond to all reports submitted by the public. This will include investigations, evidence gathering, as well as possible hearings if violators appeal. Some of the information we plan to gather are contact addresses, IDs, and any and all pertinent information. We will be counting devices this year, assuming the ordinance is amended to increase penalties. We accept all photographs and video footage from partnering agencies and the public through our investigations, and all of this will be used to conduct investigations and issue penalties.
One moment, Mike. Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Chair. On that point, in terms of especially the use or receipt of photographic or video evidence from the public, is there any trepidation in how that gets deployed? Because I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head here. I have a neighbor who I have some history with that we don't get along. That neighbor is out there, firing off aerial fireworks. I equate myself with the county's policy, so I sit there in my lawn chair with my iPhone and wait for he or she to set up those aerial fireworks. And I guess what I'm getting at is, can it be weaponized between neighbors? And is that a risk we run?
So that kind of goes in hand with our enforcement as a whole. This is something we deal with on a day-to-day basis through code enforcement. We take a lot of pride in keeping that information confidential and not showing videos or to allude to who may have submitted the request. However, we do ask that whoever submits the request, if they would be willing to provide that information or present their testimony at an appeal.
Sure.
It's not required. We do a good job if we do get video, photo evidence, again, not showing that to the violator or trying to hint at who may have submitted it.
Yeah.
We choose very careful verbiage on how we word that.
Yeah, I would also suggest that maybe we all think carefully about how we educate the public about how to safely take those photographs, how to safely take those videos, because, I think as we've seen in other contexts, not a fireworks context, but other contexts, just the act of putting a phone in someone's face or even seeing that from across the street, I get a $1,000 fine that's, I think is connected to you doing the photography or the videography. That could probably quickly escalate into something that could be violent or cause harm. So I only say this because I think we just need to kind of circumnavigate that potential and understand we don't want to unintentionally put our constituents obviously in harm's way.
Yeah, no, that's a very valid statement. Like I said, it's something that we take into account, and we do our best to share that message with constituents, avoid harm at all costs, to present us with that information.
Good, thank you.
So I'll briefly discuss the expectations for this year. Our department has submitted a budget request for additional funding for overtime. This will support all enforcement activity and follow-up required. Resources will be allocated from other areas within the division, and overtime will help minimize any issues. 311 integration may also require some support to implement. If this is a route the board would like to take, we will be sure to submit the proper requests and follow up accordingly. And then as far as resource allocation goes, with the push for enforcement this year and the media push, we expect reports to potentially increase pretty drastically, and this will require some of our resources to reallocate to different areas. In 2025, we had one senior officer support the program, and it took about 2.5 months to complete all of the investigations. So there's a lot of time and effort that goes into these reports and talking with constituents, and so some of these support will help fund that in all aspects.
I just want to say that I do remember from the presentation that the last time you all came here, it definitely is an opportunity for Sacramento County to be able to send those violations out and get reimbursed from those. And I still, I'll not forget, I thought it was a great idea when Supervisor Desmond suggested that we take some revenue and be able to basically, if you send us information about someone that has illegal fireworks, there's a, $500,000 reward, and that will allow people to let us know so that we can reduce the impact that's happening on the streets. And I think that is a potential, if this works out well and we can exceed some of the violations that come in, then maybe that's another way that we can tackle the issue for the next year. Supervisor Desmond?
I mean, I can wait till you're done, Mike. Are you?
No, I agree. That's something that we've discussed internally. I'm trying to figure out a way to implement something like that.
If you're done, so I had a few questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was going to hit actually Eric Jones with that reward follow-up discussion at the end of the presentation, because I do want to follow up on that. Couple questions for you, Mike, on the ordinance. Can you describe how the proposed changes, does that make us more consistent with the other jurisdictions within the county? And if not, how are we still going to be differing from them? Because I do think there is a lot of value in having consistency that makes sense across jurisdictional boundaries.
Yeah, so the amendments will kind of follow a lot more closely with other jurisdictions, what they do and how they enforce. I don't know if I want to go too in-depth in that, if you'd like to come up and share any information.
You don't need to go into
no.
You don't need to go into it. That's
but yes, it basically is in line.
Okay,
with
that's something that
jurisdictions.
we kept in mind as we're looking at these amendments. Okay, and then we did receive some correspondence from a constituent of mine who actually had a hypothetical involving me and Supervisor Cerna, and involving shooting off fireworks. And it's actually a very legitimate concern. I spoke to this constituent over the weekend. He's a landlord, is concerned about the impact. If you're, say you're a landlord and someone just, for instance, maybe they park and they light off fireworks on your front lawn, for instance, or they do something you're a very diligent landlord, but someone does something, it's a one-off. Can you just kind of describe our code enforcement's approach towards taking enforcement action on a landlord where illegal fireworks are coming from?
Yeah, so we take a very thorough approach to our investigations. A lot of that comes into testimony, statements. We go out and speak with all constituents, obtain all footage possible. If a neighbor reports their neighbor for reporting, we'll go to the other neighbors to see if there's any ring footage or any additional statements that can be had. The ordinance does revolve around holding violators accountable. I know the host liability does give us the opportunity to fine the property owner. But we do everything we can to make sure that the violator who lights off the firework is held responsible.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And not that we want to get into hypotheticals, but if, for instance, Supervisor Cerna parked in front of Mr. Jones' house and started lighting off illegal fireworks, he's not going to get a $2,500 fine in the mail.
Right.
I would imagine. Yeah. So it's a legitimate concern. People are really worried about that we're going to be a little more heavy-handed. And I know, Mike, your approach is always to educate people. And so landlords need to be educated about this, about their potential liability if they allow this behavior on their property. But we do take the approach of educating.
And Mr. Cerna, I'll have my phone at the ready, by the
way. And then the chair mentioned this a little bit in terms of the budget requests you're going to make. What percentage of your efforts would you say are covered by some of our cost recovery from the fines that we have levied on folks or collected? For illegal fireworks, if you know, Mike.
So it's not very good right now. Based on last year's, the fine was per violation, so it was a pretty small percentage. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but we hope that this year it will go up. Like I said, it takes a lot of time and effort into conducting these investigations and going through, and we hope to kind of fix some of that and make some of that work a little bit better this year. So unfortunately, I don't have an exact percentage.
That's okay, but it is always our objective to get as much cost recovery as possible through our fine system, through code enforcement.
Absolutely.
Correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Kim Nava, Sacramento County Public Information Director, and I'll be presenting to you today the messaging and elements of this year's multi-jurisdictional safety campaign based on your recommendations. So you had some specific recommendations last November regarding messaging for this year's campaign. Those recommendations included a more aggressive anti-illegal fireworks campaign, teaming up with Crime Stoppers to create billboards and rewards for turning in illegal fireworks violators, utilizing every social media channel possible to provide information regarding illegal firework use, providing illegal fireworks flyers in the county's threshold languages, and working with 311 to add illegal fireworks reporting to the 311 app. Therefore, this year's campaign will be intentionally stronger and more visible, with an emphasis on both prevention and accountability, and especially enforcement. Our points of emphasis will be Sheriff's Office enforcement, significant financial penalties, and property owner accountability. Our campaign goals are clear. At the highest level, our aim is to make sure residents clearly understand the rules, the consequences, and the role they play in reducing illegal firework activity. That means making sure people know how to report issues in a way that helps code enforcement and law enforcement respond effectively. To gauge our impact, we'll be looking for fewer illegal fireworks in the community, stronger awareness of the penalties, and a noticeable drop in activity during the July 4th period. I'd like to walk through the main ways we're planning to communicate with the community. First, we really want people to know that enforcement is active. Even if they don't see the operations, or maybe they will with a perp walk. I don't know, we'll work with the sheriff's office and enhance that message. The message should be clear that the violations won't go unnoticed. We're also focusing on making the rules and the consequences really clear. A lot of people still don't realize how high the fines are or what that can be held responsible for, so we want to close that gap. Another big piece of this is education. The more people understand the risks, whether it's fire danger, injuries, the impacts on pets and neighborhoods, or the hit to their wallet, the more likely they are to make safer choices without us having to step in. We'll also be talking about this issue in a broader way. It's not just about cracking down, it's about protecting communities and reducing harm. And finally, our messaging will be very upfront about potential consequences. The goal is to stop illegal fireworks before they start, making sure people know what's at stake. In terms of core messages, we're first letting people know that enforcement will be strong this year and that violations come with real financial consequences. We're also making it clear that anyone who reports illegal activity can do so confidentially.
One moment, Kim.
Yes.
Do you want to wait, Supervisor Serna, or ask now?
How many more slides do you have?
3.
I'll wait.
Okay. We're reinforcing that property owners can be held responsible for what happens on their property, as well as people committing the crime being held responsible. And we're being upfront about the cost. Fines start high and increase quickly, especially in sensitive areas like schools, parks, and the parkway. And finally, we will be, of course, reminding the community that this isn't just a legal issue. Illegal fireworks put neighborhoods, first responders, and natural spaces at risk. So, branding and enforcement. The enforcement branding designs that you're seeing on your screen are conceptual and are intended to give a general sense of the look and feel. They're going to be refined and tailored to align with the final approved ordinance, particularly as it relates to per device costs. And I really want to thank all our partners, but especially our friends at the Sheriff's Office, who have been side by side with us and agreeing to use the Sheriff's likeness when we're putting these out. They have agreed to let us use their Crime Stoppers billboard, which will be huge impact. And I mean, I don't know about you, but seeing that Jim Cooper look at me that way makes me a little bit scared. So we are so appreciative to the sheriff and to our friends at the Sheriff's Office for everything they've done. So as you can see, we're really leaning into bold enforcement focused visuals so people immediately understand the seriousness of illegal fireworks. We're going to be making the fines crystal clear in all our materials, and we're sticking with a consistent tagline throughout the season, which is illegal fireworks have real consequences. And we're reminding the community that if they see illegal fireworks being sold or used, they can report it by calling 874-5115, which is the sheriff's non-emergency line. And the three graphics that you see up there, the two on the right, those are social media graphics, so they will have more information underneath them. The one on the left is a billboard image, and so we need to put all the information up there as concisely as we can, because if you have more than 8 words, people can't read it. Okay, branding on reporting. So when people report illegal fireworks, there are a few things that we absolutely need, as Mike just mentioned. First, reports should go to report fireworks at Sac County and 311. We're still pending on what exactly that looks like. We are saying that we need the exact address where fireworks were lit and the address of the property people came from. And while it's not required, it is helpful to have a video showing fireworks being lit, the property they came from, and the address visible. We're saying this is nice to have, it's not a have to have. We certainly don't want to put anyone in harm's way if they're doing something like this. And as you can see from our messaging, we are reinforcing that this is 100% confidential, that people can feel safe that it is confidential. So we'll be using a broad mix of communication channels to reach the community. That includes our county website, social media accounts, plus the Highway 99 digital signs for high visibility messaging, as well as other digital message boards around the community with the Crime Stoppers. We'll be pushing information out through press releases and doing interviews with TV, radio, and print outlets. And on the digital side, we will be running with geo-targeted ads and social media ads to reach specific neighborhoods and specific demographics. And to make sure that we are reinforcing this message everywhere we can, we're including information in Cubs billing inserts. And again, as I mentioned, Crime Stoppers billboards, thanks to our partners in the Sheriff's Office. Our success really depends on all our partners being aligned and working together. We have our partners up here. When all of these teams are coordinated, we're able to act faster, stay ahead of issues, and present a united response to our community. This alignment is what makes our strategy truly effective. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Kim.
Yes.
One moment. Supervisor Serna?
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kim, for the presentation. I thought I don't know if you can go back to the sample imagery or the.
Uh-oh. I swear I just hit the back button. That's it.
We'll get it back to big screen in one
Sorry,
second.
Metro Cable.
But from the samples that you had up there, I think you had 3. There was one that makes reference. So the one on the left, bottom left there, the smallest, most difficult typeface, the small, that pops or doesn't pop, is, I think, the most important, which is the $10,000.
Yes, understood. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think, and I guess to a certain extent, all of them could be, maybe that could be a little more present for quick understanding by the reader. But what my other question is, and I swear I'm not looking for, it's not a solution in search of a problem here, but do we have, and I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer this or not, but do we have data in the hotspots about pets and even if it's anecdotal, like, Sheriff's Office responded last year and loose dogs everywhere, that kind of thing. I have to assume that if you have a hotspot that is just like going bananas with illegal aerials and all kinds of disruption, that is at least greater potential for pets to be adversely affected. And I think we all generally know that during the July 4th holiday in particular, we see a lot of missing animals. I don't see, ironically enough, I don't see Annette here for the afternoon session with the dog that was here this morning. But is that something that we might consider or should consider, as to your last point, your last slide, Kim, about partners maybe having animal care and control?
I think what we can do, I do know every year that animal care regulation, they do have a campaign where they talk about, this is one of the busiest days of the years, and they might have that hotspot information as well that we can work and, again, geo-target and Facebook ads and kind of and let those communities know.
I'm just wondering about some of the command posts. Does it make sense? Maybe it's at least worth having a conversation. Maybe Eric, you could talk to Annette to find out whether it makes sense to actually have maybe just one deployment of an animal care officer with a, with their gear, with their vehicle, they can transport animals. Maybe that could be incorporated, again, only if we have data to kind of support that. But I'm assuming that it's a problem for animals as much as it is humans in these hotspots. So something to think about, at least.
Understood.
And Supervisor, we can pull 311 data in those hotspots and see what kind of data comes out of that, because it is reported that way also. So we can look for that information and see what we can come back with.
Okay, that's great. And then, some people, even the ones that are purchasing and using illegal fireworks, I think probably some of them have a soft spot for animals, maybe their own animals. So maybe that is something too that we could borrow that's off the shelf from animal care that we might add to kind of the messaging that we're seeing like on this slide here. Something to the effect of, it's not just, humans that are affected. Leave it to the masters of verbiage here to figure that one out. But I think that could be another way to impress upon folks just how damaging the use of illegal fireworks can be to everyone, even our four-legged friends. So,
we can do that.
great. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, because I think that's a huge issue for people. It's one of the things that upsets them about illegal fireworks the most is the impact it has on pets. It's a big component of this. Kim, I'm not quite sure if it's for you. Well, maybe it is. In terms of, so I do just want to put another request out there that we somehow highlight the fines, penalties people are paying. Really highlight that as a deterrent effect. And then in terms of the Crime Stoppers thing, I do think that there's value in that. I mean, I do think that people know if they have a neighbor who's bringing in fire, maybe they're going to Nevada and buying them and bringing them over and they're going to be selling them or something, that will be helpful. And then I had a question, I don't know if it's maybe for you, Lieutenant Fowle, but you mentioned the CHP involved, and we all know that, like in Orangevale, what happened, these aren't usually pre-planned. It's usually kind of a spontaneous flash mob kind of thing, and it involves not only illegal fireworks, but sideshows and the whole 9 yards. And I know, do you have any information about what CHP is going to be doing on the 4th of July? I do know they have some grant money for sideshow enforcement and things like that. Do you know about their enforcement posture on the 4th?
I'm in the early planning stages with Greg Reed and their POP team, but they made it very clear that they will have resources available. And again, for all those associated activities that go along with illegal fireworks. Yeah. And sir, that's a great point. I will definitely reach out to Animal Control and have that resource available at our command post. That was a great idea. So.
All right, and my message is to all of you, to Kim, Mike, Amy, and Lieutenant Fowle. I am really grateful for the attention that is put on this issue. I couldn't understand at our last meeting when we had a presentation on the fireworks why I was very much like, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. And that is because the two big issues were in Antelope and Orangevale. And so I am appreciative that we are addressing the residents' concerns of these communities that were greatly disrupted I've heard about it for a couple of years now, but now I understand it's been an ongoing issue. And I have concerns about people will move from these specific areas, that they'll move to other areas, but I know that there's a plan in the event that should happen, and so I am grateful for all the work that you all do, and I look forward to some of the after events reporting on this issue. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, we do have a few requests to speak. First up, we have Lee Miller. If you approach the lectern, you'll have 2 minutes to address the supervisors.
Good afternoon, Lee.
I'm short, sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. My name is Lee Miller. I serve as the chair of Residents Against Illegal Fireworks. We are a grassroots coalition of residents from across Sacramento County who are directly impacted every year by illegal fireworks and explosives. Families, seniors, veterans, pet owners, people who live through this every July. First, I want to thank you for taking this issue seriously. The plan before you reflects real progress, especially in coordination and enforcement. But from a resident's perspective, I want to focus on one idea that could make a real difference. Right now, enforcement is focused on what happens downstream, but the real problem starts upstream long before that, with where the legal fireworks come from. That's why we strongly support adding what has been called Follow the Source Initiative. The idea is simple. When someone is cited for illegal fireworks, strong penalties apply. But if they provide information about where those fireworks come from and will testify against them, that information could be used to go after the suppliers. Let's be honest. The people lighting these illegal fireworks do not manufacture them. They bought them from someone. Until we start identifying and going after those sources, this problem will continue year after year. From a resident's perspective, we just don't want accountability, we want results. We want fewer illegal fireworks in our neighborhood. We want fewer fires, fewer injuries, fewer sleepless nights. The multi-agency plan before you, with this approach added, moves us in that direction. Thank you for your leadership and for listening to our voices of the residents across this county.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you. Thank you for that, Lee. You know, I was going to wait until afterwards to speak, but since Lee brought it up, the upstream issue, I did recently have a meeting on this subject with the commander of the South for the Highway Patrol, who's trying to be very proactive and helpful. But is there something that we can do as a county to, you know, maybe working with our legislators to send a message louder and clearer to the Highway Patrol that actually, you know, catching these things at the border. I mean, we've seen the photos, we've seen the stories of massive warehouses in Reno and so forth. And I mean, there's so much that we as a county can't do as far as stopping them from coming in. It's really a highway patrol effort for the most part. Is there something we can do as a county to encourage that?
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, David. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, so yes, Alicia has been part of for Legislative and Governmental Affairs, part of our team and ongoing discussions. And actually, she's been working on 2 bills over 2 legislative sessions to streamline collection of fines for illegal firework use. So that's one thing. And then also, you know, staying attuned to what an interstate compact with Nevada might look like. Yeah. So she's also been working on that. In February, our Legislative Affairs Office met with the Governor's Office on the status of that. And so she's in continual discussions actually with the Governor's Office on those things as well.
Thank you for that immediate follow-up. I appreciate that.
And our next speaker is Ryan Jacobs.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ryan Jacobs. I'm the pastor at First Baptist Church of Orangevale in District 4. We sell TNT, Safe and Sane fireworks, to fund our youth and marriage ministries. So this proposal matters to us directly. My concern is simple. The current proposal does not clearly define improper use of safe and sane fireworks, and it does not clearly disambiguate from illegal fireworks. It blurs the two very different categories into one. Safe and sane fireworks are regulated. They do not explode. They do not fly into the air. Illegal fireworks are the real problem. They're the ones that are causing the overwhelming majority of fires, injuries, and damage. If this ordinance does not clearly separate the two, it will confuse the public, discourage people from purchasing safe and sane fireworks, hurt nonprofit fundraising, and deter families from lawfully celebrating the 4th of July and the founding of our nation. Please enforce illegal fireworks and those who are violating the violators. My community will thank you, my wife will thank you, and my dog will thank you. Please make the language more clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Leslie Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Thomas. I'm the assistant pastor of Abundant Life Assemblies located in Patrick Kennedy's district. I've led our fireworks fundraiser through TNT for close to 15 years. And Abundant Life's goal as a church is to reach as many as possible with the good news of Jesus Christ. Part of the way that we fulfill this mission is using funds that come from our fireworks fundraiser. We've used these funds for community outreaches and programs to help our church be a beacon of light and hope for the community, as well as the pastor who just spoke before me. Just kind of want to echo a lot of what he said. And I want to thank the board and county executives for continuing to give us this fundraising opportunity, along with the Sheriff's Department, Code Enforcement, and Metro Fire. I know that you're all doing your part to make Sacramento a safer place. At our booth, we only sell safe and sane fireworks. They do not explode, they do not leave the ground, and illegal fireworks are the growing problem in Sacramento, as has been established. The proposed ordinance really needs to define what unauthorized use is for safe and sane fireworks, so that the penalties and fines of illegal fireworks and the unauthorized use of legal fireworks are not equalized. This will not incentivize citizens to continue to choose illegal fireworks over illegal ones. I encourage the board to define unauthorized use to the timing of use, meaning outside of permitted hours, and apply a reasonable lesser fine of $250 for those violations. Also encourage strong penalties and fines for illegal firework use. In 2025, TNT Fireworks partnered with Sac City and Sac County with the use of drones to stop illegal firework activity. The nonprofits that benefit from the sale of safe and sane fireworks are necessary and valuable part of the framework of our community. So I appreciate you being a blessing to us, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Leslie.
Our next speaker is Chantel Landstrom.
Good afternoon. My name is Chantel Landstrom, and I represent Manna Food Bank here in Sacramento County. We provide food distribution to individual families facing food insecurity, including unhoused, low-income residents. Currently, we serve approximately 700 families each week across multiple neighborhoods, including within Supervisor Phil Cerna's district. Our work matters because many in our community rely on us for consistent access to food and basic support. However, like many nonprofits, fundraising has become increasingly difficult. Sales and safe and sane fireworks are one of our primary funding sources, helping us continue to serve the families in need. First, I want to thank the board, the sheriff's officers, and the Sac Metro Fire Department for leading and strong coordinates reflecting in the 26th plan. I want to be very clear, illegal fireworks are the problem, not the safe and sane fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks do not explode. The current ordinance proposal treats misuse of safe and sane fireworks and illegal fireworks equal. That is not accurate, and it's not fair. It removes the critical distinction between legal, regulated, active, and dangerous versus safe and sane. We support the TNT amendment, which clearly defines unauthorized use as a timing issue, applies a reasonable fine of $250, and maintains strong penalties for illegal fireworks. In 2025, nonprofits and TNT supported enforcement efforts and provided safety education to thousands of residents. We are part of the solution, and we want to continue. We respectfully thank you for your support and enforcement against illegal fireworks and adopting this balance. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last speaker on the list is Dennis Revel. I'll move it up.
Good afternoon,
Good
Dennis.
afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. Dennis Revel of Revel Communications, appearing on behalf of our client, TNT Fireworks, and its nonprofit retail partners here in Sacramento County. First, I want to thank the board, the county executive, Eric Jones, Code Enforcement, Sacramento Sheriff's, Metro Fire, and Kim Nava for what is clearly a serious, thoughtful, and much-needed plan. The coordination, the use of drones, and the focus on deterrence all are important steps forward. We are dealing with a problem that is growing in scale, driven not locally, but by a massive upstream supply of illegal aerial fireworks and explosives coming into California. And 2026, with the American 250 and California 175 commemorations, may be one of the most challenging years yet. As currently drafted, the proposed ordinance amendment treats the use of illegal fireworks the same as the use of safe and sane fireworks. It also does not identify or define unauthorized use. We've provided you with a red line version of both section 54.305 and 54.430 that does three simple things: defines unauthorized use as a timing violation, applies a flat $250 fine for those violations, and preserves the requested strong penalties for illegal fireworks, including $10,000 for any fireworks, legal or illegal, in the sensitive areas like the Parkway. This keeps the focus where it belongs, on illegal fireworks. Finally, we've suggested adding the follow the source initiative. If someone is cited, penalties apply, but if they help identify where these illegal fireworks are coming from, that information can be used to go after the real problem. Every citation becomes an opportunity to disrupt the supply chain. We believe these refinements strengthen, not weaken, the plan presented to you this afternoon, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Dennis.
And we have no additional speakers.
Okay, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious. I couldn't find it in the attachments, but in looking at the code sections that Mr. Revel just mentioned, under, I guess it's 454.305, unauthorized use of safe and sane fireworks shall mean the use, discharge, or ignition of safe and sane fireworks outside of the dates and or time periods permitted under the section. Correct? That is the definition. Those are the guardrails of unauthorized use. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's nothing to do with how they're set off or anything of that nature. If they are done during a period outside the period of 12 noon on June 28th and 10 p.m. on July 4th, that's the unauthorized use.
Yes.
Unless it occurs in the parkway, at a school, or in a park.
That's correct, Supervisor.
So I don't understand the commenters saying that treats the illegal fireworks and the safe and sane fireworks the same. I don't read that in the code at all.
Supervisor, I just know we've spoken with County Council, and they believe that the unauthorized use of safe and sane fireworks is in fact defined in the code as stated.
As what I just said?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I missed the objection then.
It's interesting because I had a question here about, and it was to our PIO, Kim. It was ensuring that when we talk about, illegal fireworks, that there's not a confusion that people can still support the safe and sane firework booths. And I think that's how I understood it. So.
Yes, I'm not sure of the objection either. We always encourage people to go to public fireworks shows and use safe and sane fireworks. So there's no issue there.
Okay, thank you. Dennis, do you have one more comment?
Perhaps the draft you may be looking at, section F, is what we've added in our red line version. That's not currently in the code.
That's not currently.
No. And then when you go to 30, in that section, it treats all fireworks the same and cites use of safe and sane at $1,000 a piece and stacking.
So then,
Can I interject?
yes, please.
And Janice Snyder, Assistant County Counsel, is here. She's been working on the ordinance. But as far as my understanding is, this unauthorized use issue has been in the code for several years. And it's an issue that it covers any use that is in violation of state law or local code. And so we allow safe and sane during those time periods. So it wouldn't be enforced against safe and sane fireworks during that time period.
And so I guess then to put a finer point on it, the reason why I couldn't find it in the attachments is there's no proposed changes to how we deal with unauthorized use of safe and sane.
Correct.
So why then is this an issue at this point? If it's been in the code for, sounds like at least several iterations.
It has been in the code for at least 4 or more years. The issue is how it is applied so that both the enforcement personnel and the user knows what is and isn't permitted. And as we work through this, I think there have been some instances, for instance, how an individual ends up setting off safe and sane fireworks in the street. One enforcement personnel might think that that's an unauthorized use. Another might feel it's authorized. And you end up getting citations that ultimately don't get substantiated.
And I can appreciate that nuance, and I can appreciate certainly for your clients as well as for the nonprofits who rely on the fundraising capabilities of Selling Safe and Sane. There's a reason to want to safeguard that. But if it's been in the code for 4 years and we're not hearing a hue and cry of people coming forward contesting their citations, I mean, those folks sitting behind you, they can't even keep up with the illegal fireworks. What would make you think that they're going to be out there looking after the guy setting off his sparklers incorrectly?
I would agree with you on that, Supervisor. I think the larger concern is for the citation amounts themselves and the stacking issue. We're suggesting that needs to be reduced because it's tantamount to the difference between, to use maybe a reference that Supervisor Desmond can appreciate, having to, a CHP officer having to cite or deal with someone who is a highly inebriated drunk driver going down the road at 100 miles an hour versus an individual that exceeds the speed limit by 5 miles per hour. There is that kind of distinction between illegal.
Yeah, but the distinction is if they're drunk.
Pardon?
Right? The distinction is that if they're drunk. I don't care how fast they're going, behind the wheel of a car,
right.
Drunk, right?
Correct.
So there's an aspect of this that relies on people to be doing what they're supposed to be doing, celebrating the holiday, spending the time with their family, and illegal fireworks certainly aren't fall under that purview. And I would say, you know, there are aspects maybe of safe and sane if they're using a little rocket launcher to send them up in the air or something that they're not supposed to be doing. That's not what your client makes.
And that's covered in the penal code currently.
So how about if we try it out this year and see if it's a nothing burger or not, and then go from there? I'd make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right, please vote. Oh, we have, did you want to speak?
If I may, Chair, just to recap what everyone's voting on today, or what our recommended action is. So it's to receive this 2026 illegal fireworks strategic plan presentation, introduce the proposed ordinance amendments to County Code Chapter 4.54.430, and waive a full reading of the ordinance amendments and continue the matter to April 7th for adoption of the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay.
And that motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you for all the speakers and the presentations. Next item, please.
All right, next item on our agenda is number 42. These are the board to consider nominations. First, I'll announce the boards that have been continued First, continued to April 7th, 2026, we have the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Citizens Advisory Committee. We also have the County Planning Commission and the County Service Area 4C Delta and Sacramento County Youth Commission. Those have all been continued to April 7th, 2026. The following have been continued to April 28th, 2026. We have Antelopes Community Planning Advisory Council, Children's Coalition, Cosumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council. And the following have been continued to May 12th, 2026. We have Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangevale Community Planning Advisory Council, Public Financing Authority of the County of Sacramento Metro Air Park Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, and the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Commission. And for today's items, the first we have is the Adult and Aging Commission. There are 12 seats available.
Chiefs recommend nominating Javier Martinez, Janine Thorpe, and Susanna Nye, and then continue the remainder till April 7th.
Perfect. Thank you. Next, we have County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Cosumnes. There are 2 seats. The first one is in District 4.
Please continue to April 7th.
And there is 1 seat for District 5.
Continue ours to April 7th as well, please.
Thank you. Next, we have the Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council. There are 11 seats.
Chiefs recommend nominating Darlene Dupree and continue the remainder to April 7th.
Thank you. Next, we have Elk Grove Cosumnes Cemetery District. There are 2 seats, 1 seat in District 2. Thank you very much. And 1 District 5 nomination.
Also continue to April 28th.
Thank you. Then we have the Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council. There are 4 District 3 nominations.
Please reappoint Suzanne Ewell and continue the remainder to April 28th.
Thank you. Next, Health and Human Services Coordinating Council. There are 5 available seats. There is 1 District 1 nomination.
Please nominate Karen Larson.
Thank you. There is 1 District 2 nomination.
Please continue to April 28th.
Thank you. 2 District 4 nominations.
Please continue to April 7th.
Thank you. And 2 District 5 nominations.
We would like to nominate Jinky Duller, and we'll continue the remainder May 12th.
Perfect. Thank you. Then we have the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board. There are 13 seats.
Chiefs recommend continuing to May 12th.
Excellent. Thank you. Next is the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board. There are 3 seats, 1 District 4 nomination.
Please reappoint Epiphany Peterson.
Thank you. And 2 District 5 nominations.
Continue to April 28th, please.
Thank you. Next, we have the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. There are 3 seats, 2 youth member seats.
Chiefs recommend reappointing Jamie Stevenson and continuing the remainder to April 28th.
April 28th. Thank you. And 1 District 4 nomination. Oh, that would be the continue to the April 28th.
No, that one was with the Chiefs. And then the one for D4 is this, I have continued to April 7th.
Oh, perfect. All right. Okay. Thank you. April 7th for the District 4 nomination.
Yeah.
Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee is next. There are 3 seats, 1 District 2 nomination.
Please continue to April 28th.
April 28th. Thank you. 1 District 3 nomination.
Please nominate Dustin Buck.
Thank you. 1 District 5 nomination.
Please continue to May 12th.
May 12th. Perfect. Thank you. Next, we have the Sacramento Environmental Commission. There is 1 County of Sacramento seat.
Chiefs recommend appointing Richard Hunn.
Excellent. Thank you. Then we have the Sheriff Community Review Commission. There is one District 5 nomination.
Please continue to April 28th.
Excellent. Thank you. And that will be the conclusion of our nominations. Next on our agenda, we have County Executive Comments, number 42.
Thank you, Todd. Just wanted to take a moment to celebrate yet again the great staff and teams we have, but especially our leaders. And if Metro Cable can put up a picture for me, I'd appreciate it. So I'm happy to share with all of you today, especially the board and those listening, that Janea Montesterio has recently been appointed as president-elect of the California Conference on Director of Environmental Health. And this organization is comprised of all the environmental health directors, all 58 counties, plus 4 cities. There are 4 cities out there. This organization acts as a unified voice to help for local environmental health leaders and work through safeguards of public health throughout the state. Janea's appointment as president-elect is significant because it recognizes her expertise, her leadership, her ability to collaborate with others throughout the state, and showing that she has a priority for the decisions of environmental safety throughout the state of California. So with that, I would just like to congratulate Janea and wish her well on this new appointment. Fortunately, we don't lose her. She sticks around, and this is just an additive to her current responsibilities. So thank you.
Okay. Next item.
Next item on the agenda is 43, Supervisor Comments, Reports, and Announcements.
All right, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to go do a tour of Cristo Rey High School last week, and I know they've been here for a long time. I've been to events there. This is my first time actually doing a tour there, and I'm sure Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy have a long history with them. Did have a long discussion with the president, and then David, you and I had a little discussion yesterday. I just wanted to raise up, and I'll leave this with you, David, to see. We're not sure if they still have any relationship with the county in terms of some of their workforce partnership. But, you know, it's an amazing program what they do at Cristo Rey. And the workforce partnership, I think, is a separate nonprofit. It's a secular organization. It's separate from the high school itself. But they do amazing things for young people, and I think they could expand and do a lot more if they had more workforce partners. So I would just ask to maybe take a look at it. I'll leave the information with you, and we can have a follow-up discussion.
Well, absolutely looking
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when I was at Sutter Health, we had a partnership with Cristo Rey, and they are an amazing, amazing high school. They really get a very high percent of kids from lower socioeconomic into colleges, and they do a great job. But I had the privilege of having several of the students in my team as during the work year, and I got to tell you that they were impressive, they were professional, and they really tried hard. And so I would support whatever effort we could do to connect some of these kids into the county. Yeah, it was a great program.
And for the record, it's in District 3.
Yes, it is. And when I'm on light rail, it goes right by. It goes right by Chris.
And they need road improvements right in front, right?
But it's in the city. That's what's great.
So I want to congratulate the Sacramento Food Bank on their 50th year of anniversary. They have been providing services to our region for decades, and they are an incredible source of support for families across Sacramento County. I also want to give a shout out to the SAC-RT CEO, Henry Lee, who was recognized as one of Sacramento Business Journal's 2026 Most Admired CEOs. It is a well-deserved honor that reflects his leadership and the important role that SAC-RT continues to play in our region. I also want to give a shout out to Peter Maroon. We met Peter when he came with the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. He is a director of athletics, and he came here to receive the resolution when the Bulldogs got their recognition, and so congratulations to Mr. Maroon. I also want to give a shout out to Crystal Bethke and her economic development team for producing a document. So I have I talk to so many people throughout the region all over, and whenever I hear somebody that has an interest of starting their own business, I want to be able to have a document on me that I could give them, and so I was at a conference and we had a table last Friday, and within a couple of days, Crystal and her team produced this amazing business success starts here, and it gives basically information on how to start a business. And so I think this is an incredible document to have for when I do meet people that have that interest of being able to be self-employed, or if they have an idea of something they want to do, I can just give them this information and it directs them to our economic development team. So Crystal, thank you so much for this document. I love it. I actually keep it in my bag all the time now, so that if I do meet people, I can give them that connection. And then I also want to say, I also want to give, again, another shout out to the economic development team. We had community meetings the last couple of weeks, and Lindsay and both Kelly from our economic development team came out, and they do such a great job of providing the unincorporated parts of the county with sort of like a little report card of all of these communities that people really appreciate learning about the communities that they live in. And then also to Rolando Villarreal from Environmental Management Division, who came out and answered a lot of questions that people have about EMD, about public health. And so I really appreciate them. And also the sheriff's team, the HOT and POP team, CHP, code enforcement. Whenever we give information to the communities, they are so appreciative of all the work that the county does to support these communities. And with that, I will adjourn at 3:30 p.m. Have a great evening, everyone.